Oh, hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, Brad Talk. Hi, Blizzy. Hi, Naira. Hi, Jameson.
Kobo friend, oh my god, hello. Welcome, hope you're doing good. Oh my god. You know what, despite me going to hospital twice yesterday, I actually have good news. Wow, we were. Alright, so I want to update a little bit, okay? So, yesterday I went to hospital for my going to hospital per 3 months to check out my type 1 diabetes like thing, right? It has been going on for like 20 years now, right? I have this for 20 years already, so no big deal. Um, so I actually have good news, right? So I went to the hospital yesterday. My so we checked out, right? Obviously we checked, and then my HbA1c is at a not not too good, but actually is really good for type 1 patient situation. So HbA1c is at a solid 6.9, nice. Um, and then my cholesterol levels is my cholesterol level went from mildly dangerous to normal. We checked. It's like holy shit. Okay, my blood pressure. I was borderline having hypertension or high blood pressure. Last time we go to the doctors, but yesterday we checked. It was normal as heck. Oh my god, I was so scared too. Maya, hi. I was about to head to bed, but Soyeon wanted. I also wanted to at least say hi. Hi, oh my goodness. Well, I hope you had a good EB after. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. So yeah, yesterday was interesting to say the least, right? I was really surprised because, to be completely honest, I have been eating snacks, I've been drinking like soda, I've been eating ice cream, I've been eating chocolate on and off. It's like, good God, I was eating a lot of junk food, sweets, uh, and then soft drinks. I was eating a lot of them. But then my HbA1c is a 6.9. Nice. I don't get it. I actually don't get it, but I'll take it, right? If my body says so, then yeah, right? But still, I cannot be this reckless anymore. I feel like that's a little bit dangerous. So, after seeing that 6.9 HbA1c levels, and then right after looking at that level,
And then I think like, yeah, I should not be this reckless anymore. I feel like I probably should not be this reckless. So I'll try my best to keep a good diet, I guess. Imagine people like me have been going through diabetes for 20 years and still don't know how to diet himself or herself, right? Holy shit, right? Holy shit. Even I got confused with my own like identity or some shit. But yeah, it was surprising. It was a pleasant surprise. I like it. Hi, Magpie. My favorite Sonic game? Honestly, me too. Although I never really played Sonic Generations X and Shadow Generations. That one I haven't played. Apparently, that one has a lot of good things being talked about. So I don't know. I don't play a lot of Sonic games. I play like the classic Sonic 1, 2, 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and then stop there. And then I play a little bit of Sonic Rush. Well, I played quite a bit of Sonic Rush on the Nintendo DS. And then eventually I got my first PlayStation 3 when I was in mid school. And then I saw Sonic Unleashed and I really wanted. So my dad bought it for me when I was like still a little kid. It's like, yeah, here you go. Good God, I spent an ungodly amount of time playing Sonic Unleashed when I was in mid school. So mid school is like every time we have to wake up at 4:30, 5, the latest, so that we can get to school on time, right? School starts at 7, but then because there's a lot of people, right? I have, including me, we have 5 siblings at home, so we need to like go through the toilet like on time fast. So yeah, we have to wake up really early. So yeah, so every time I wake up early, I get to play more Sonic Unleashed before I go to school. Hell yeah, right? Hell yeah. I play an ungodly amount of time on Sonic Unleashed. But then I lost the disc. God damn it. I lost the physical copy. I cannot believe it. But here we are. Apparently I've been told about last year that there's a Sonic Unleashed PC port. I never really looked into it until yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday. Until Monday. All right. Hi, Jameson. Wait. Why? Until Monday. Monday, after I check up, I slept and I did a little bit of like Sony Unleashed checking. It's like, how did I do this? Apparently, it's really easy. So, really, really easy. So, here we have Sony Unleashed. I gotta play it. All right. Hell yeah. Tomorrow, I kind of want to play Warframe more. But I do kind of want to play this to its entirety. Play Sony Unleashed until finished. So that's a plan, right? That's a plan. I know I have a lot of ongoing series that I haven't finished yet. I don't know. I don't know if I want to finish them, to be honest. I'll think about. I'll really, really think about Halo. I'll really, really think about it. Hi, Zri. Oh my god, weird friend. Hello. Heck yeah. I'm glad to be back. Gosh, like Monday was Monday was rough. That Clinic Kesehatan place sucks ass, but it is what it is. At least I pay for 1 ringgit for my retinopathy checkup. Eye checkup essentially. So yeah. Oh yeah. One tiny more update. So yesterday I went to hospital twice, right? The second time is for the eye checkup follow-up thingy. So doctor see my like the picture taken of my eyes. Apparently there's some sort of problem, so they're referring me to a specialist that I'm going to look for an appointment for in Clinic Kesehatan again. So we'll see, right? So they said there's some problem. I don't know if it's dangerous or not, but I heard that chances are high that if there's like a tiny blood cells in my eyes, like a host of blood cells, if that's the case, chances are high that I'm gonna go blind. So I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. Of course I don't want it to happen, obviously, but so I'm gonna go to the specialist as soon as possible, right? But for now, I'm not gonna think about that. For now, I'm gonna think about fucking Sonic Unleashed. Oh my god! Oh, let me do this real quick. Oh my heckin' goodness! Sonic Unleashed. Boom. This one, and then I'm just gonna like do this one as well. Boom. Okay. Hope it's nothing major. So far, they're only saying the possible cause or like the possible what's gonna happen in the future if I don't get this checked. So I hope it's not gonna happen, right? So far my eyes feels fine. Well, at least I can still see clear. Well, I wouldn't say clearly because whenever I play Counter-Strike, I don't know if it's my setup problem or my eyes problem, but sometimes my friends can see enemies, I don't. So I don't know. I did the thing. I'm just gonna open up Sonic Unleashed real quick. Give me a second. I'm going to. Oh yeah, I'm still playing Task by Hero because why not? I love Taskbar Hero. Oh no. Where's my song? Okay, I found it. Anyways, let me open it up. I'm gonna close the music. That is spelled MOOSIQ. And then open up something Unleashed. I think the game is gonna be very loud. It is very loud, but you guys cannot hear it, so thank goodness. Let me blow you guys' eardrums real quick. Oh my god. Okay, I lowered the volume in time. Holy shit, I'm the best. It's on yellow. I assume that's good. I'm playing at 50%. So, to be honest, I played the game for a little bit. I did. I cannot help it. I cannot help it. I played for a little bit. But I am going to restart because why not? I'm letting the game speak in Japanese because I don't think I'm a weeb. I'm not. Controller icons, I want it to be PlayStation. Okay. That's a lot easier. Fade out the game's music when external media is playing. No, we don't need that. Yeah. Oh. Wow, without us, I know. I'm such a bad bot sometimes. So I turned down the game resolution a little bit, turned down the graphics a little bit because apparently it's really strong, question mark. But yeah, okay, that's pretty much it. Let's start a new game. Oh my god. Oh my god. My absolute favorite game. Oh shit. Alright, let's play it. We're gonna watch all the cutscenes together, alright? And Kobo sentences 1 hour of wing hugs. Oh no! Whoa, is the Kobo 1 hour of wing hugs? I think the game's still a little bit louder. I'll put it at 39%. Still very loud, holy shit. Sonic! Chat, I think this is fine, right? Is it too loud? Add the music to this? Sega! Holy fuck. Sega never misses with their music, honestly. Whoa, Sonic getting grabbed. Wow. Oh, you guys know each other? Cool. Hi, Peter Dragon. This is 2010 something, right? This game? Jesus fucking Christ. Sega never misses with their Sonic games and music. Hi, Brecky. Sonic 2008, Jesus fucking Christ. 2008. Oh my god, you got the emote. Also, hi Evans. So fished, I know, right? It's crazy. Looks crazy with 2008, right? If you play this cutscene without telling anyone, they would think that it's like a recent gameplay, a recent cutscene. Also, hi Broken Fish Dragon Bird. Hi Rogue. Thanks for the 15. Oh my god. Sonic is dead. I cannot believe it. Pack it up, boys. A holy cutscene though. Oh, holy the fidelity. Cinema. Absolute cinema. The fur texture though. Right. What a fucking opening. You saw this cutscene. You see this cutscene. Are you sold? I would buy this game in an instant if I have the money. Which I did. Not now though. What a game. 2008. Oh yeah, wait, there's a different version of the game too. There is a PS2 version and then a PS3 version. PS2 version is like the version where I would say it's a demo of some sort. It is still a full game, but it is like bits and pieces of the game is like gone. In-game cutscene, by the way. This is not CG. This is in-game cutscene now. In-game engine. Hi, Akon. Now it's very soft. I'm putting it back to 50%.
Yo. 大丈夫か？怪我してないな。
うん、大丈夫だよ。ありがとう、怖そうな人。
怖そうな人？
怖そうな人？こりゃ面倒なことになっちまったな。うわあ、
すっごい歯、すごい爪。ねえねえ、君は誰？
俺はソニック。ソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグ。
Sonic the Hedgehog. We love Japanese.
なんだっけ。うわー、わからない。思い出せないよ。
お前自分が誰かわからないのか。
うん。なんか上からドカーンって降ってきて、目の前真っ白になって、で、あと何にも思い出せない。
俺のせいか。
うわー、どうしよう。どうしたらいいだろう。
Don't look at me like that, Sonic. What the heck?
これからっていうか。
Sonic.
ま、心配するなって。俺がお前の記憶を取り戻してやるさ。
え、本当？
世界中を探せばお前のことを知ってるやつもどこかで見つかるさ、きっと。
ありがとう。怖そうだけど、でもとっても優しい人。
イエーイ
Oh, is it TF? Yo, TF in my video game?
うわー、どうなってんの？
Alright. I forgot how to play, but thank god I checked. So I know how to play now. Watch this. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Aha, I know how to play. I remember when I first got into this game, I don't know what I'm doing. The music though, fuck. Nana and I met randomly at the Pokemon Twitch channel during Pokemon movies. Small world, oh my goodness. Amazing.
Cool.
Guys, 2008. What? This is crazy. How is this 2008? I mean, granted, this is recompiled, so it looks way better than the original game a little bit, but still, the fidelity is still there.
しかし、さっきの俺のケムクジャラの姿は何だったんだろうな。カオスエメラルドもこんなになっちまって。
今のがいつものソニックの姿なんだ。
そう、これが本当の俺さ。かっこいいだろ。あれ、どこ行った？
Damn, ice cream.
どうだい、うまそうだろ。この町名物チップたっぷりスペシャルチョコサンデー。たとえこの星がぶっ壊れたってこのうまさに変わりはねえぜ。
おいおい、記憶探しは？
スペシャルチョコサンデーいただき。
さあ食いねえ食いねえ、うまいよ。お代は食ってのお帰りだ。
おい、こら。
I'll put this song in my earbuds and buy ice cream in the park. Yeah. Sony Unleashed Town music is so
けどこれ
good.
食ったら真面目に知り合い探そうぜ、チップ。
チップ？
とりあえず名前がないとな。ぴったりだろ？
うん、チップ最高。
さあチップ、お前のことを町の人に聞いて回ろうぜ。
I want an ice cream like that. Now I'm hungry for ice cream. And then I love how Naira is just like giving an ice cream. I have a gun. I have a gun. Give me the ice cream. Oh, you're dead. Oh my god, there's... Oh my... yeah, there's hub. slow Sonic is so cursed. What is this? It's slow Sonic. How'd you like my ice cream? Best you ever had, right? Even if the planet were to crumble all around us, it would still taste amazing. Speaking of ice cream, I had some. Damn, I'm jealous. I want ice cream too. Hello, lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Oh, who's this little fellow here? Do I know him? No, I can't say I've seen it before. Perhaps someone else has. Mint chocolate chip? Mint is so good. I don't know why people hate it. Or people around me hate it. Right? Like my family hates it, my friends hates it. Only like everyone says that they taste like toothpaste. I get it, but I also don't get it. Wow, what are we here, travelers? What a pleasant surprise. I'm trying to figure out which way to go, Not an easy choice. If you continue straight ahead, you will come to the entrance stage. I have an inkling that it would lead to your future. Do you know this guy? No, I believe this is the first time I had the pleasure. Is he lost? I've lived in this place all my life, but... no, I'm afraid I have no recollection of him. My family doesn't like mint for some reason. More for me, I guess. Yeah. More for me too. An entrance, what? An inquisitive response. It is good to have a curious mind. You see, the entrance stage is a gateway to what you call... it's a sort of hub where you may access several action stages. Gathering medals from all over the world will open new paths for you. What are medals? An inquisitive response. It is good to have a curious mind. There are two kinds of medals in this world, Sun and Moon. Pokemon Sun and Moon? Sorry, wrong game. And gathering Sun medals increases the power of the Sun within you. Gathering Moon medals boosts the power of the Moon within you. And increasing your power will, well, increase the number of action stages available to you. I could explain in more detail, but experience knows no substitute. May I suggest you go to the entrance stage and see for yourself? I can't do old man noises every day. Help. Today be a day of staying out till late. Ooh. Hopefully that's not too bad for your sleep schedule or something. Do I talk to everyone? I don't know. I haven't seen you in these parts before. Are you a tourist? Do I know who this new guy is? Nah, sorry. Never seen him before. Sorry. This kid? Nope. I don't think I've seen him before. For real? He's lost his memory? That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be rough. I cannot read. I'm a kid. I'm 7. You can go all kinds of places from just up ahead. Who knows? Maybe that might jar something. Okay, I'm going in then. Alright, walking Sonic. Oh, so cursed. Walking Sonic is so cursed. Why are you moaning? Looks like we can get to a bunch of places in the village from here. Something shining. I wonder what it does. Now I'm all curious. Oh yeah. Oh my god, this game has fixed camera bullshit. Oh no. 2 AM, so yeah, I will pretty surely be had a turn tomorrow, but TR stream worth it. Oh no. Well, thank you, but also, yeah, they have sections where there's like free camera, they have section where it's like fixed camera and it would become like this. Right, going in. Alright, chat. think that's good. Okay. Alright, chat. Are you ready for the best music in the game? Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. I'm so giddy and excited just playing this. Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Go!
Here we fucking go. Oh my god. Damn. I remember. I remember. But I will not remember on the other stages now. Oh! Wait, no! Get back! Oh! there was the medal there. Nice. I remember looking at that, it's like, what is that? I don't get it. Oh. Did I just do that frame perfect thingy? Oh, I cannot keep up with this one. Holy shit. More cheesy. Could there be medals around here? I'm stuck. I'm so stuck. What was that? I don't think there's medals here. That was fun as hell. Alright, chat, listen. I only know this stage, but then the rest of the stage I have no idea anymore. I know the stage 1 because every morning when I wake up during mid-school times, I play the stage. Alright, I have the muscle memory and I know things. I would not get S in any more stages, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. I'm just gonna go combat immediately. God, that was so good. Sonic Unleashed is like my first Sonic games where I feel like I'm actually playing as Sonic. I'm just rushing everywhere.
チップのこと知ってる人どこにもいないね。
まあそう落ち込むなよ。そのうち何か思い出すさ。少しくらい覚えてないのか？
全然。
参ったな。
全然? Oh my god, there's gonna be TF in my game again.
ソニック
TF?
わお、ソニックがまた怖い人になっちゃった。
おお、なるほど。夜になるとこの姿になるってことか。
なる。
大丈夫ソニック。
ああ。けど街中でこいつは少し目立つかな。
ソニック、 ソニック大変。
Sonic. Sonic speaking American? Because I'm not letting Sonic speak American. 90s.
星が壊れるなんてもうおしまいだ。
おじさんってば。なんで泣いてるの？そうだ、アイス。美味しいアイスまた食べさせて。
アイスなんて作ったって何になる？
おっと
Monkey D. Luffy?
今手が伸びなかった？
みたいだな。こりゃ面白い。
New emotes for... Oh, hey, nice. Never thought about Sonic games being Japanese first. I did change it to Japanese, so... Oh my god, this is so weird. Yeah. I can beat the shit out of them. Why do they sound like that? Oh, that's for foxes, right? F foxes? Yeah. Do I talk to anyone or do I just go straight to... You look... Well, you present quite a frightening visage. Not that it matters. With the world in a mess, the planet splitting, what really matters? Oh, who cares? Are you okay? You got that right. You got that right. Yes, you feel my angst. But even that does not matter. Okay, fine. Dude, I was trying to vibe with you, but I guess not. You got that right, it's crazy. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. That's just it. It just does not matter. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh my. Are you the gentleman I met earlier today? I knew it. Yes, I remember your little friend. Good evening to you both. How are you doing? Which reminds me, I saw a two-tailed fox fly past heading towards the entrance stage. He wouldn't be a friend of yours, would he? He was in a terrible hurry. Oh my god, not Tails. Hi, Evie. Oh my god, Evie. Oh my god. How Evie doing it? It's all over. There's no point in making ice cream anymore. Yikey peaky, I want my ice cream. Oh. Gosh, I'm sorry. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my goodness. What like dang, what's happening? Oh my god, what's happening? I don't get it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry. A clumsy me. I cannot believe it. I can destroy everything? I didn't even know. Oh no, I'm gonna... What? There's like... Yeah, there's this. Donkey kick combo show hecckin. Show clawkin. Diving body press. Aerial power driver. Aerial? Oh, I think that's like a grab thing, no? You have strike attack, you have hook attack. Treat it as like soul caliber. Horizontal and vertical attacks. Can't hit the barrels, they're too strong. I cannot believe it. I thought I'm stronger. Oh my goodness, I'm so clumsy. A leisure straw at night. Like this isn't... Oh my god, my PC's dying from all the... Oh, don't... Not too much, not too much. My PC is literally lagging from the emotes. Not too much, not too much. About like... one row, like 6 to 10 should be fine. Yeah. My PC literally jammed for a little bit. Scared me a little bit. Holy shit. Oh! Oh shit, I didn't know. Lucky. Yeah. I need more hands to pat them all. Oh gosh. Oh, what? I'm so clumsy. I cannot believe it. That's like... It's just my hands, man. They slip. I couldn't control it. I still cannot fucking believe 2008 hit. The ice cream man's acting weird. The guy won't sell me ice cream. What? Speaking of weird, what's with the muscles and hair and stuff? What did you do to yourself? Whoa! Alright, I'm going in. Oh. Did you see a two-tailed fox? He was right here just a minute ago. He had big bushy tail swinging all around. You can't miss him. Okay. Why can't you... Why can you not speak? I mean, I'm not gonna pry into your privacy, it's fine. Oh, there's something there. Oh! Oh, it's not locked off anymore here. I can grab, right? Yeah, I can grab. Oh. Oh my god, right. Oh, nighttime is parkour. Holy shit. But it's locked off for now. Unlimited foxholes? 5 gifted subbies of different foxholes. There's a lot of foxes. Not enough dragons and kobolds, I would say. And definitely not my bias speaking, but still. We need more kobolds and dragons. Alright, I think this should be everything. I'm going in. 16 medals? And flag going for a lot of foxholes? I kinda like that mental image. No one cares about you, Tails. Look at them. Look at them. They literally don't care about you. Oh yeah, that's the opening. I forgot. That's so cool. Your friend went off that way, Sonic. Quick, let's go after him. Look, I'm feeling a little bit sassy today, okay? Oh yeah, fixed camera. See, I cannot change camera angles. So in games like this, you're really gonna look around the entire map. They can hide at like unlookable angles. Usually. Oh yeah, claw? Oh my god, it is Shoryuken, holy shit. Oh. I'm breakdancing. I'm Sonic, I'm the best, I'm the coolest. I dance, I spin. Get fucked. Bright and hazy stuff that comes out of the enemy CP. I call it Dark Gaia Force. Gathering it fills up your Unleash gauge. Oh, R1, right. I forgot about this. Holy shit, right. Oh yeah, also, so this is so funny to me because whenever in games you encounter a fight, usually you listen to something that's like something that gets your blood pumping, right? Something that will make you go like, yeah, I can beat them. Welcome to Sonic Unleashed, where they play jazz when you try to beat up monsters. And it's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever actually, because you are listening to you are listening to beat up jazz while beating up everything. Well, count me in, fuck yeah, you know. Oh yeah, double jump. Oh my god, this is so weird. No hidden stuff? Oh, there's another one. No big deal, I'm dancing. Oh, no grab allowed? How about that? Okay. How about now? Aerial power drive. Okay, maybe not. What am I doing? What was that? Yellow gem looking things when you beat them, right? Those are Chaos Orbs and they give you EXP. That means level up, Sonic. So if you want to get stronger, grab all the Chaos Orbs you can. Thank you, champ. Reminds me of Street Fighter. Oh yeah, Third Strike. Oh, was they kind of jazzy? Yeah, Third Strike is like jazz, hip hop, right? Like street music. It's so cool, and I'm actually glad Street Fighter 6 goes to that area of music again, right? They're going for like groovy, hip hoppy, jazzy music again in Street Fighter 6, which is pretty cool, honestly. Because in Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, it's like the generic "I will beat you up, my blood is pumping, I'm a warrior, pure of heart" kind of music, right? Which is not bad, not gonna lie, not bad. Just you know, it's a little bit It's like a very basic premise. It's the safe option, I would say it. Main has a groovy rap song about choosing a fighter. I know, that's why it's so special. No, not a lot of games does that, right? And they did it pretty well too, not gonna lie. Gathering rings heals you. Yeah. I'm Sonic, I eat rings. Oh, nice. You can run, right? What's the button to run? Not L1's block. Oh, L2. Okay. L2 run. Okay. I remember this running in this game. Also, you can block, which is kind of weird, but why block when you can kill them first, you know? Hey, let me do it. Oh my god, it's so fast. There's something behind. Button. Alright, Kobo going in. What? Shut up! I'm dancing here. Ow. Get fucked. Wake up. I'm going to you. Got him. How the gems don't despawn? I love listening to jazz when I beat up everything. Right, during those time, people still like to make games where you have to spam one button to do the most basic things. I guess it's engaging. A little bit. Oh. No, my legs. Left stick to move around on it, line up, let go of the left stick, hit the X button to jump backwards. Being tricky, try hammering the O button to climb faster. I'm so used to PlayStation notation. I'm the best. Fixed camera angles, I'm telling you. It's like the classic, oh yeah, we don't allow you to change camera angles, but we're hiding something behind you. Hammer the O button. Man, my O button's gonna get destroyed by this game. Right, here we go. I'm spinning. I love this move because of the phantom hitbox flickers. I'm outside, help. Alright, okay. Can I grab you? No, not you. Get out of here. Oh. But there's one more. Oh, I guess we're listening to jazz. I mean, the game says there's no more enemy. I don't see anyone. I definitely don't see this one. No. I don't see any enemy. What are you talking about? Oh, nice. Alright, you and me, we're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends, you and me. Off we go to victory. Oh. What? What? No, my friend! Game's bugged. Yeah, the game is a little bit bugged. I don't know why the game counts as me killing everything, but there's one more left. There goes my friend. I cannot believe it. What the heck in heck game? So rude. So rude. I'm gonna cry. So rude. This is actually Dynasty Warrior levels of fun, the combat. It's simple, it's nice, it's satisfactory. Drop kick. Drop kick. Ayo. Ow. I'm spinning. So rude. Okay, Jojo. That was fun. This is a different kind of spin to win, I would say. Different kind of spin to win. Oh, that was actually just luck. I didn't even know there's one there. Status screen, assign EXP. Yeah, we always love a good spin to win. Oh, they have balancing as well. I think I can just let go. And Kobo is everything and balance. Oh, was I able to do a sneak kill? Oh, nice. Spin. Phantom hitbox, we love them. Oh, get out of here. It's so jazzy. Drop kick. It stuns them briefly? That's kinda cool. Range. Oh, range. Big hands. You know, honestly, when I was a kid, I hated the night stage. Now that I'm here, I love the night stage more, actually. Well, just a little bit, just a tiny bit more, right? Than before, anyway, right? Than before. When I was a kid, I love fast things, but then I don't really like slow paced. Now I'm different, I guess. Time changes, people. Get out of here. Get kicked. Wake up. No, I want. Oh, that thing is... Oh, you're dead, okay. Oh. Terrorist bat confirmed? Oh. Oh my god, I'm a moya. Bat is also so cool, actually. I love bats. There's definitely something here. This is so hidden. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, yeah. That's a neat too. I know. Especially bat wings and bat ears. Oh my god, those ears are huge. I love them. Oh. No one's here. What are you calling for? Apparently pressing O after grabbing them, that's the best attack ever. Oh, nice. I like night stage bossing when I was a kid, but I had zero patience for night stage parkour. Yeah, night stage parkour is tough. Speed. Oh yeah, I forgot to give to do a little bit unleash. I forgot to do the name of the game. Oh. Peek. Oh. Yeah, so sneaky. I almost got all of the sun medals. That's crazy. Can't see fruit bats as anything but flying doggo. On that too, yeah. They're so adorable, I can't. Whoa, monster! He can circle around and get him from behind. I'll try. I guess there is a sneak attack. What? Must have the EXP gem. Are we? Oh my god, what is this camera angle? Why are you not straight? This is so fucked up. Alright, here we go. Why is the camera angle not straight? What the? Alright, there we go. Why is the camera angle not straight? That's so messed up. Book. Oh, down. I almost did something stupid. That's all the sun medal. Oh, can I grab that? They're not attacking. I should be able to grab that one, right? Let me get that checkpoint first. So I can go up from there? No, Sonic, chill. Here we go. Oh, okay. Oh! Oh! Okay. Oh no. I have to go back. I can just spam O actually. I know momentum. Yeah, I have to press momentum. Can I jump? Yeah, I can. Oh no! That's fucked up. Maybe? Oh, I tried. No! Come on, step on it! Just... Oh, nice. Nice, okay. Oh, okay. Shoot him. Got him. I don't get my EXP gem though. Alright. There's something down there? Okay, yeah, no. I thought there's something down there. Wow, fixed camera angles actually helped once. I need one more moon medal. I got 10 out of 10 sun medal, 5 out of 6 moon medal. Those are all buffs. Oh, is this like the last one already? But I'm missing one moon medal. Oh. Oh, there's the tail. Kobo going in. Oh my god. Holy shit, almost there. I pressed the wrong button. I didn't mean to spin. Now, let me get my EXP real quick, right? So that's like a full heal. What the heck? You just jumped. What? I cannot wake up. Oh, I'm gaming. Get out of here. Maybe it's here? Could it be the last medal? Oh, it's not here. Okay, fine. Well, I missed one moon medal. Oh? Okay. 23 minutes is still S rank? We take those. I guess I got S rank because of the enemy count, right? 200k. Rings 46k. Yeah, I guess that's how I got like S rank from that, not from the time. 33 minutes feels very long, no? Windmill Island Night. Artbook, right, that's what they are, I forgot. Opening movie. Alright, we're gonna give all to combat. We need all the new combos. Basher. Aerial closes, slash and spin. Double axle combo. Word clap. If I were to clap, shooting star combo. Typhoon combo. Oh, I need 3. I guess I'll give 1 life. 1 life. Level 9 combat, 1 life. That's how we play it. We don't need strength.
Yo, Tails.
ソニック
Tails Sonic.
こんなところで何やってるんだ？
ソニック本当にソニックなの？
Sonic? Ow.
どうしちゃったのさその姿。
ま、いろいろあってね。
これ食べる？ありがとう。そっか。じゃあソニックがそんな姿になったのもこの星が壊されてしまったことときっと関係があるんだね。
ま、そのうちドクターエッグマンのやつを締め上げてどうにかさせるさ。
それなんだけど僕今回の異変について詳しそうな人を知ってるんだ。
本当か？
スパゴニア大学のピックル教授っていうんだ。その人の研究と僕がこの町で調べたデータを合わせればもっといろいろわかると思うんだ。
スパゴニアってことは隣の大陸か。星が壊れてなきゃひとっ走りだけどな。
へっへー。僕のトルネード号なら星が
Tails
壊
gonna
れ
be
てる
jealous with
なん
chip?
だろう。
Style more than strength? Exactly.
助かるぜテイルス。
This is the game where Sonic can chip more than Tails. Yeah. All of the in-game cutscene, man. Holy shit. I am still in disbelief that this is 2008. 2008! In-game cutscene. Oh, it's morning now. Feels pretty good to fly like this. Not too shabby. The professor's just a hop and skip with... what? I'm sure... yeah, right? Oh no, there's
ソニック
this.
任せといて。トルネード号戦闘モードにチェンジ。
I forgot there's... oh no. There's a flying section. It's just press buttons, right? This one? To defeat MX robot, press the buttons that appear on screen to attack. Yeah, oh my god. What? I forgot about this. I hate it. This is so boring. If you fire too much, alternate between pressing L1 R1 to rebuild power. Okay, gameplay, I guess. So please be very careful. Surely not those golden helicopter robots can net you some bonuses. Blue jet robots seem to give you more energy. Okay, this is just press the buttons when they appear, right? I hard to believe when I saw someone say the game wasn't liked. Yeah, me too. Apparently this game, a lot of people don't like it for whatever reason. I for one fucking loved it. And one of the best games I saw when I was young. Yeah. It's like revolutionary graphic fidelity and gameplay wise. It's crazy actually. Maybe they play the PS2 version because PS2 version sucks. Well, they don't suck as much, but it's not as good. If you guys want, I can find a PS2 version of Sonic Unleashed and see how different it is. Yatta. I kinda don't like it when they overlap with each other. Look at the hit combo though. Oh my god, I'm the best. And Kobo's the best. Yeah. What? Yep. Oh my god, yep. What? Oh yeah, this boss fight. Oh no.
What?
What? Nanaitsu wa? What?
肉よここで沈めてくれるわうるさい黙れ
あれを倒さないとここを通してくれなさそうだね。
いけ総攻撃だ
Oh, I didn't see that one actually. Wait, what do you think is a time countdown? Time counting down? I mean, I don't get to control the flow of the battle.
いけ総攻撃だ
Can you do that again, Heckman? It would be nice. I'm on a time limit here. No? Okay, thank you. Nice, nice.
なんだとやむをえん撤退じゃ
Whoop.
Cool.
Ooh, that was gameplay.
やったー、着いたよソニック。
Oh, that's an A? I guess S is like absolute perfect, I guess. Like, no hit, full combo. This is Spagonia, Sonic. Now let's go see the professor. Let's see, the school he teaches at was around here somewhere. Oh my god, the music, cool. Let's go back. Come on, Sonic, we need to go see the professor. That's the wrong way. How would you know, Tails? Are you here? Are you friendly? Are you close? Are you here? Are you French? Hi. This is my first time back home in a while, but the place is in uproar. Hmm? You're looking for Spagonia University? The university is straight up this road. You see it, lots of activity and students prowling about. Hi, kid. Yo, I ain't seen you before. You're supposed to come by and pay your respects to Mauro, you know? Freaking out. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you. Yeah, that's right. I'll crawl around you as well, you little shit. That's right. You came from Apatos? How did you get here with the planet in such a mess? Did you have your own airplane or something? Yeah? I can still destroy things in the morning. I love what you've done with your hair. That windswept looks suits you. Whoever did your do must be a real pro. I know, right? El Natural. I'm a hedgehog. go to the university? It's over that way past the big fountain. You keep going straight, then turn right at the end. And then you... then you ask someone else. Okay, kid. Okay, kid. Whoa, a blue hedgehog, a yellow fox, and a little guy with a mohawk. What's the deal with you guys? I never seen anything like it. Yeah, of course you don't. Surrounding trope. Get him. Hey, respect, more like I'll kick you at the shin. What's the big rush? Oh, I get it. The planet split, so you're running around, right? I'm 4. I don't know how I'm speaking all of these. Grandma says that it's time like this, you have to stay calm. I'm 4. I don't know what is staying me calm, but I'm just listening to Grandmama. Oh, oops. Hi, what's up? The university? Yeah, just make a left the corner here over there. Not that go much. I've been spending way more time having fun. You nerds. You don't spend money. I have 10,000 money I spend every day on Louis Vuitton. This is terrible. You see, I came to this town on a business matter. But now with the world in shambles, I'm stuck just sitting here. I've got appointments to keep with clients in other locations too. It sucks to be you, I guess. Hi. Oh, sorry, were you talking to me? Where's the university? Oh, the university? Yeah, it's straight ahead, beyond the fountain. Oh, thank you. Hi. Were you aware that the planet is coming apart? All that shaking made quite a mess in the shop. I'm still cleaning up. It took me all day to get things organized. I prefer everything tidy. The curse of being OCD, I get that. I get that. Hi. Hello there. Hello. Good man. You gave a hearty and heartfelt greeting. Okay. Who are you? Me? I'm the head of the student dormitory at Spagonia University. I take pride in knowing everything about my students. I definitely stalk them after a while. Yo, chill. Where's the professor? Oh, the pickle? You see the fountain? He's at the university just past it. I haven't seen him around lately, come to think of it. Yeah, you know everything about your students. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Holy fucking shit. This building? It's a university dormitory. But you can't go in. This is a women's dorm. The university straight ahead. Just look for the fountain. No school today. It figures. Just when I was thinking about going to class for once. What's your problem? You eavesdropping? Nice hobby. Spagonia U? Yeah, it's right over there. I have thick eyebrow. Hey. Hey, where'd you come from? Do you know what's up with the planet? I'm kinda out of the loop, so if you find out anything, let me know. I cannot believe doing many voices hurts my throat. Oh, madam? Free? Hello, how do you do? Did you want me to help you? Where's Spagonia U? Oh, it's, well, right here. This is Spagonia University. Oh, I mean, all the classes are cancelled right now. Who are you? Me? Oh, I'm a student. My class was cancelled, so I was thinking maybe I'll go home. Oh my god, mood. Just go home. How are you doing? Uh-huh. What do you mean? How am I doing? Oh, because of the quake? He's showing up, but I don't know anything about it, sorry. Oh. Also, I don't know why that's a thing, but you can crawl around while being Sonic. This is the coolest thing ever. Not to mention, there's an insane amount of speed when crawling. Insane amount of speed. Can you crawl this fast? I don't think so. I don't think you can. No one ever can. This is fast. Holy shit. Oh wait, it carries on the momentum? Wait. Oh my god. It carries the momentum. Wait, I didn't know that. Mega crawl. Mega crawl. So do you run faster? Oh, you do. Oh, he carries on the momentum. Wow, I actually didn't know. Something's fast on his hands and feet. I know. Something is like no leg days only. I do hand days as well. I'm the coolest. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
ピックル教授がさらわれた。
Pricky, oh my god, that can.
少し前さ、たくさんのメカを連れたこんな老人が現れてね。研究資料もろともピックル教授をさらっていってしまったんだよ。
そんな。
ドクターエッグマンの仕業だな。
絶対許せないそんなの。その教授って人、早く助けなくっちゃ。ずっと前にさらわれたんじゃ。きっとお腹が空いてるよ。
Why are you so
お
dark?
腹が空いたら、死んだ方がマシだ。いくらエッグマンでもご飯ぐらいは食べさせてあげてると思うけど。
オーケー。一っ走り行ってくるか。
Get cucked, Tails. Get cucked. Oh, come on, Sonic. Let's go ask around about the professor. It's a big town. I'm sure somebody knows something. Late response. I was charging up my phone. No, it's all good. Well, I'm not really... Yeah, it's okay. Oh my gosh, has the professor been kidnapped? Oh no, then none of us is safe. I'm definitely going home. Oh my god, mood. Mega crawl. The professor's been kidnapped? No way, woohoo, that means no test? Oh my god, hell yeah, that's me. Oh, right, this is time for careful reflection and serious action. No, you do you, man. Yeah. Kidnapped? You mean old Professor Pickle? For real, I haven't seen the guy in weeks. I don't even show up for class. I'm rich, I don't care about class. I have money, I throw money on you, spit on you. I'm sorry. Oh, wow, you're in a hurry, aren't you? What's going on? Professor Trouble. Oh, yeah? What kind of trouble? What's new with you? And the professor's classes has been cancelled, so my studies are stalled. Nothing? No way, that look on your face is a dead giveaway. No way. What? The professor's been kidnapped? Wait, you can't fool me. You shouldn't go around pulling people's legs, that's not funny. That's a fair response, actually. The breaker has been kidnapped. Now I can go look at my students. I mean, huh? The professor's been kidnapped. Well, then those rumors were true. I know some people who said they saw you in Missouri. Oh, okay. Crawling around at the speed of sound. Hey, what's the rush? Wow, really? You've got to be kidding. Professor Pickle? Kidnapped? I heard rumors about him performing some kind of weird experiment. It's terrible. Oh yeah, you still say the same thing, okay. Professor? I saw a professor. I don't know what that means. I'm 4. He was flying to Missouri. What's Missouri? I don't get it. And there were tons of machine monsters too. But I don't have time to check. Gonna go see ya. I'm 4. I saw a plane headed for Missouri with Professor Pickle on board. But don't tell anyone, nobody believes me anyway. Fair response, actually. And did Mauro say something to you? Well, he's just a punky little brat. He plays tricks on poor Denise. She's always getting mad at him. I hate that kid. Oh my, what are you doing scouting about? You're going to ruin that lovely hairstyle of yours? Nah, it's El Natural, ma'am. It's fine. It's all El Natural. I don't know what's wrong with my son. He says he saw a plane carrying Professor Pickle headed for Missouri. Also, oh my god, dragon? Mazino? What's that? There's been the kidnapping? Earthquakes rocking the ground, confusion over town. I have a feeling this doesn't bode well for us. Wouldn't you agree? No. Hey, little shit. Hey, you! Don't you be trying to slip by? What happened to giving Mauro the respect he deserves? Yeah, sure. There you go. There you go, bitch. Tekken. Oh my god, Tekken. Oh wait, I forgot. Okay, there you go. Did you find anything about the professor? Huh? Somebody said to look in Missouri. Alright, let's head out. I just finished turning out the tornado here. Oh no, do I need to play the mini game again? No. Next stop Missouri, up and away. Oh my god, Tails. Wait. No play. Yo, let's go. Okay, it's nighttime. Well, that was sudden. We just got here. Let's stay and try to find the professor. Okay. I haven't seen you guys around here before. Where did you come from? What? Spaconia? I'm so jealous. I've always wanted to grow just once in my life. Oh. What do you want? Do you know what time it is? Looking for Professor? What that? I'm sure it's quite delicious, whatever it is. Anyhow, there's no professor here. Go look someplace else. Fuck you. Okay. Oh my, don't you ever cut your fingernails? What? You turn into a beast when nighttime comes around? What kind of joke is that? Fair response, actually. Oh, hi, kid. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm trying to steal all your things. Oh, I forgot I can do that. Hi. You must have come from somewhere very far away. Do you know about that building? That strange building that showed up on the other side of the village. I've got good eyesight, so I can't see it just fine. I don't like the looks of it though. It makes me very uncomfortable. Never must. Michelle Curry broke. What kind of joke is that? She said to work right in front of her. I know, right? Hi. Sorry. Coffee? Oh my god, Chad, did you know that I have coffee? Holy hecky, that's free plug right there. Whoa, I have coffee, chat. Holy shit. If even I have the monthly subscription for coffee as well. Heck yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm closed for the night for real. There's a strange new building on the outskirts of the village for real. This is way too creepy. I can't run my shop now for real. FR. In an instant, I am going to forget about all the voices that I did for them. Yahoo-wee! Kwame acting really strange. Oh, I didn't wait you out, did I? What are you doing? Can't you not see? There's good spirits are chattering on and on and on and on. I'm not sure why, but I've been feeling really excitable at night. You've been possessed. Do you know, Professor? Hey, so are you looking for a long-lost someone? That's so sweet of you. I don't know a professor, but I know someone was looking for some help. That's what the spirits tell me at any rate, Anyhow, the entrance stage is right past here. Buck up and get on in there. Okay. Never mind. Well, I didn't scare you, did I? It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm not scary, it's just really weird. Hey, don't ignore me, that just makes me sad. Holy fuck. I mean, self-awareness, am I right? Is it like non-existent self... I don't even know how to speak anymore. Sonic's face loomed towards our screen. Yeah, Warhawk is not real one, I tell you. Warhawk not real, don't scare lah, it's okay one. Warhawk, you live in fantasy or something man, walao eh. Anyway, that's broken English for you. Well, broken, it's like Malaysian English, you're welcome. Oh, alright, that's parkour. Yo, I forgot. Alright, here we go. Alright, Kobo doing a little bit of parkour. I think the parkour is okay lah. Double axle. Whoa! Wow, where you go? I don't know what that was. Okay. Oh yo! Wow, this one very nice. Oh, walao eh. Oh yo! I can become Beyblade. I can become small Beyblade. You want small one? This one is small one. Or you want the big one? Walao eh. I think I can shuriken up there. Or not. It doesn't allow me to move after. Aerial attack. Shooting star combo? So 2x, 3x? Oh. 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 Oh, I have to be double jump. Only double jump allowed. One jump. Yeah, one jump is not allowed. But I think because of I have one more jump, so they're not registering it. So this one, This one feels this one very useful one, oh. Well, Hawkeye, where got one? No lah. What you look at TV too much, I tell you. What World Hawk walao, where you go sleep lah. There we go. Spin. Oh, oh. Well, that's fine then. Yeah, that's free. English speaking skills improved so much that even speaking English is tricky by now. A little bit, a little bit. I speak way too much because whenever I stream, I just speak like as properly as possible, and then I'll only speak like the broken English when I'm out speaking English with people in real life. Not while streaming. So it's kind of weird how the way I speak English is very different. Turquoise tea. Oh, nice. It's very different from when I speak English in real life. Which is weird, I get it, but it's real though. It's true, I tell you. I never lie. Mama always teach me not lie one. Oh my god. Hiya, walao. The camera angles is so terrible in this game. Right. Like they force you to have this camera angle and they can actually Lucy, oh my god. Hi co-work friend. Oh my god, it's always nice to see Lucy. How you doing? I don't think I've ever seen anything about the cover of this game. Oh yeah, it's Sonic Unleashed, one of my favorite mid-school games. How is it? It has been really fun so far. Very, very nice. Although sometimes camera angle is very weird because this game features a fixed camera angle. Sometimes has a free roam angle, sometimes it's fixed, sometimes it's partially fixed, like this. It's kind of weird, but it's fine. Oh. This is fucked up. Okay, I'm the best. And now we have free camera. So yeah, it's very weird. Thanks for asking. I'm good. Just woke up. How are you? Hey, yeah. Hope you have a nice evening. I'm feeling pretty okay today. Yesterday's hospital trip was a pleasant surprise. I'm surprised. Apparently, my body condition is getting better. With 20 years of type 1 diabetes, I'm actually surprised that I'm doing better. But yeah, heck yeah. I saw you were playing Slay the Spire 2 yesterday. Looks fun. This is when this game is like when Sonic is not furry enough, and then you have Sonic Unleashed. Oh my god, the camera angle! I swear, the camera angle. Can I go there? That's great to hear. Heck yeah. I was very happy about it too. Like my cholesterol level is fine. My HbA1c, my blood sugar level for the past 3 months rounded out is at a 6.9. So that's pretty good as well. Nice. and my hypertension is gone. How is it so large in this game? So Sonic turned into a werehog. Welcome to combat in Sonic Unleashed. This is nighttime stage. Nighttime stage is when Sonic becomes a werehog, where you fight things instead of going fast. Oh. Okay, I guess it's blocks here. Aha. Oh, there are multiple places I can go here. This is just a stage select screen. Can I grab those things? Oh, oh no. Why? One being hunted down. Wait, wait, wait. I'm the best. I also have a visit at the clinic soon. Hope it goes well. I hope it goes well for you too, Lucy. We. Shut up, Chip. What are you doing? Oh. Bleep, bleep. Oh, that's free. Oh. What is that? I just pressed the wrong button and I found a secret tech. What the heck? No, what? You see what I mean? You? No! No, you can animation cancel with shield? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That is so fucked up. What do you mean? Holy shit, no way. I played this game for so long, I didn't even know. Nice. Alright, we found that thing. We found this. That's epic. Is that tech gonna be useful? In some cases, yeah. In most cases, actually. They're just EP, I don't want to kill them. They're cute. There was something that... yeah, there's a medal. It's so far, no? Okay, I'm not getting that medal. I guess that's where we're going. That's where the rings lead us to. Uh-oh. Output double the DPS? So I can infinite stun loop them? I think that's pretty useful, yeah. Infinite stun loop on a medium-sized enemy until I can crit attack them. That's good. That's really good. Oh yeah, I need... oh my god, camera. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I saw Lucy finished 9 Souls as well, which is very cool. The game looks really fun. At some point I kind of want to I want to try out the game as well. I always want to play Sekiro, but it costs way too much, so maybe 9 Souls is a good compromise to play, you know, like a good in between. 10 medals, 16 medals. All right, here we go. Right, we have found the D-Tech. I cried someone at the 9 Souls alternate ending. Highly recommend that game. Yeah, I didn't look at it too much because I didn't want a lot of spoilers, because I did realize that I kind of want to try out the game at some point. Yeah. There was Lucy Mega Gaming. The game looks really difficult though. So yeah, heckin' good job on finishing the game. There's gonna be something. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah? Get out of here. I love listening to jazz when I beat them everything. If you're planning to watch, so yeah, it's pretty hard, I would say. I like a bit of a difficulty in game. A little bit more. Longest I took for some bosses for like 2.5 to 3 hours. Ooh. I'm sorry to make a comparison with Dark Souls. I know it's like weird, but the longest boss fight I took was 5 hours on the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3, and it was all on stream too. It's like holy shit. Still really fun though. I like the game. Oh, nice. Get stun looped. Get stun looped. Get stun looped easy. I kinda miss the day stages now. I wanna do more day stages. Wake up. Wake up. I have to wait. I have to wait for them to wake up. Oh, that's kind of fast. Oh. Can I parry them actually? Oh, do it again. That's a block, but I don't think that's a parry. Oh, I don't know actually. I'm doing all the critical attacks because they give more orbs, I think. Get hit. The sound design of this game is so funny. It's really good too, right? I get that it's funny as well. I really like the music in this game, because I don't think I stress this enough. Like the way the music goes in this game is like, usually in a fight, I think no, right? Usually in a fight you would be like, oh, I'm gonna listen to something that's like, that's gonna get my blood pumping, and I'm gonna feel good about myself, and like JRPG music, you know, in an encounter, that kind of music. this game is like, yeah, you listen to jazz. It's so, it sounds like it's so out of place, but it's not. It's so cool. I'm a huge fan actually. Ding dong. Melon. Oh yeah, this game is 2008 by the way. just wanna point it out. This is a 2008 game. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sega was absolutely cooking back then. I don't think there's any more medals. It's some loop. Low camera angle for whatever reason. Oh. Aha. This is what you're gonna do with like fixed camera angles. You're gonna look for angles that is hard to reach or just unseeable. Here we go. Get kicked. Get fucked. Can't do it to you. Oh my god, free! Thank you. Medal? Oh yeah, I forgot, this game has auto-aim. Well, a little bit. Wait. It had auto-aim. Maybe I was too far? Yeah, it has a little bit of... yeah. What are we doing? There's a switch on the wall. Can you throw? Oh. Alright, come here, friend. Go get it! Thank you, friend. Oh. Oh my god, there's medal down there? Oh, the friend is back. Can I bring the friend with me? I kinda want to actually. Yeet. Yeet. Let me get this real quick. What? I hate. Oh, I can only jump one time. Maybe it's impossible. Right, we're listening to jazz now. You're welcome. I can only jump once, I'm sorry. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, I knew it. Hidden camera angles. How about here? Okay, no. I hope you guys like jazz. Oh, he doesn't play forever, okay. I figure out the tech, this is crazy. Get doorbelled? Yeah. Get stun loop, get stun loop. I love a good old stun loop in my Sonic Unleashed video game that is from 2008. I can't believe they leave this in. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know if they left it in. Can I skip all these? I sure can. Oh, my clone is a different color now. Feels like there's something down there, no? Oh, okay, there's nothing down there. You know what? I was curious, I was curious. I was curious. It's okay, I know the tech. Why are you playing Safari? Because I'm a scaly. I need to know what the experience is like. Get stand up. No, Lucy cannot shut up. It's fine. We don't. Kobolds don't shut up. I need a bonk emote. Me too. I need a bonk. I need a gasm emote as well. Oh, hey, free. Some people might start thinking you're a furry if you play a furry. I don't know how you feel about that. Maybe. I mean, if they think I'm a furry, they can think that I'm a furry. I would never be a furry. I cannot believe it. There's a ledge sticking out the wall here. Can you grab onto it, Sonic? Once you grab it, you can tilt the left stick in the direction you want to go, then jump. This camera angle is so fucked up. Is Tim telling that she's a furry again? I'm Kobo. I wonder if you can grab a flying monster with the O button and get to the other side. Sure I can, I tried it on the first stage. Free medal. Alright. Which one of you wanna get grabbed? You. Wee. Walao. 娘妈几张好，你下来就下久一点啦，搞屌毛什么鬼？妈，你在那边2秒，你这边飞上去，哇老喂！ It's fine. I mean, I have. That looks a hellfire on that. She's a good.
totally a furry. Yeah, no doubt about that. Just like she's a good girl and deserves many head pats. Pat pat yeah.
Alright, grab, jump. Oh, cool. Do I need another one to throw? What are you aiming at? Ah, must be a secret. I like head pets and head pets. I like head pet. Many head pet. Also, if everything if everything is like working as accordingly, question mark, I should receive a package today. What? No. I wanna get back. Can I get back? By dying? Camera angle. Camera angle, I swear to God. Alright, going back up. Oh, the camera angle changes like that. I'm gonna cry. Right. I mean, it's 2008 for a reason. Grab. Something down there, maybe? A semi-fixed camera, yeah. It's a semi-fixed camera that makes people hate the night stage, I guess. You know, I believe I'm saying this, but once the package arrives, Kobo can be an extra good Kobo. How many medals? I got 10 out of 10 sun medals, 4 out of 6 moon medals. I guess I'm close to the end. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. No, come here. Get slapped. So when I have more health, there's less time to react to things. Kind of extra challenge? How would the package make up for extra? Uh-oh. Well, I'm not showing it, so it's fine, right? But I'm just saying it. Yeah, I'm just saying it. It's fine. I'm not gonna get banned. So the package contains something called a flat cage, if you will. Yeah. 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 No wonder Young Me didn't like the parkour parts. Yeah, it's difficult. It feels janky to parkour with a semi locked camera angle. Hi Solar. I see. Camera should not be part of the game unless it's deliberately part of the game. Heckin Droxen, yeah. You got the heckin creature. Got sniped. I don't think you can jump up here. Oh, I get it. Oh. Whoa, 3 years? Wait, Naira followed for that long? I didn't even know. Maybe you changed name in between, question mark? I think I only need one. And that bitch just, oh my god. GG. Oh, how would I do? Oh, yeah, okay. I don't think I put it in account age. Command. Oh my god, Kobo's the best. I have the puzzle brain. 6 years old? Chat, give me a second. I'm gonna go grab my phone real quick. Just a little bit. I'm back. I had a feeling. The package is here. Yay! Oh my goodness. I think it was my mom who got the package, but they don't look into the package, so it's fine. Yeah, package. I bought a thing about last month. Kobo got toys here. Finally. Oh. And get doorbelled? Wham. Doorbell? Shiny? Whoa, goddamn. Oh my god, I couldn't get off the Chaos Gem. What? Excuse me? You don't... What? You fuck? That's not how the game's supposed to work. The place a man on floor is just fucking... The critical attack skill makes me drop. What the heck? Oh my god, I have to start here. This is so fucked up. What do you mean? No. I pressed the wrong thing. Wait. Come here again. It's okay, Kobo will be fine. Walao, you. I blocked because I couldn't do the critical. That was the right call. Oh nice, full heal. I'm pretty sure the game thinks that I got everything now, right? Just in case, let me double check. There's like one collectible up here. Yeah, okay, I got them. Yeah, they counted. Okay, okay, nice, nice, nice. And now I didn't spawn that monster, so we're good. Alright, we good. That feels a lot taller. Nice. I guess the fight in the middle is the choice here. I blocked though. Alright, only do in the middle. You know what? I'm angry. It clapped. I couldn't see. I guess always block after the critical attack because they're gonna time it. This is full health. Okay. Wow, I don't remember the game being this difficult though. Suddenly has 2 wolves inside him. Maybe. That was half an hour. I'm missing 1 moon medal. TV to watch the tape? The theme of Warhog? Alright, all style, no strength. That's how we do it. Warclaw charge, smasher. Triple wild claw. Spinning needle attack, wow. Alright, Kobo feels mega strong now.
教授、助けに来ましたよ。ご無事ですか？教授？おい、おい。
ここの食事は全くなっていませんね。ご覧なさい、このずさんなサンドイッチを。
Oh no.
サンドイッチといえば、パンの厚さはきっかり5ミリ。室温で柔らかくしたバターにからしを小さじ1杯。具材はスライスしたキュウリと。こうでなければいけませんよ。そうでしょ、テイルス君。へえ、
勉強になるね。教授、相変わらずですね。
ところで、こちらに何のご用ですかな。ここにはまずいサンドイッチぐらいしかありませんよ。
いや、助けに来たんですけど。
おお、そうでしたか。これは失敬。では早速こちらのシェフにサンドイッチの何たるかを教えて差し上げねばなりませんね。
教授、それはまた今度ね。
エッグマンの手下どもが集まってくる前に脱出するとしようぜ。
ああ、そうですか。ではそこの金庫の中身も持ち帰らなくてはなりませんよ。
God damn! It's Sonic strong as hell. The fresh cucumber, no pickles? A crime truly.
その書物こそ世界を救う唯一の鍵なのですよ。では諸君、急ぎましょう。まずいサンドイッチばかりで私は空腹なのですよ。
教授、これ食べる？
これはいただきましょ
う。Chocolate. I love chocolate. I love cocoa. I love chocolate.
この古文書はガイア文書と呼ばれるものです。今より数万年もの遥かな過去、この星に起きた異変についての伝説が記されています。
異変？
さあ、ガイア文書によれば、この星は過去にも何度か破壊されてバラバラになったことがあるのだそうです。 異変の原因は星の中心核コアと呼ばれるポイントに発生した超エネルギー生命体ダークガイア。これこそが現在この星に生じている異変、すべての原因なのですよ。
どうすればそのダークガイアをやっつけて星を直せるんですか？
蘇ったダークガイアはまだ不完全体です。おそらくドクターエッグマンが無理に目覚めさせたせいでしょう。今のうちならばカオスエメラルドに力を取り戻すことで星を直すことが可能かもしれません。ガイア文書に記されている各地の神殿を
Why
回
did
る
you
の
grab
です。
it by the chocolate
星の
instead of
力
the
がカオスエ
wrapper?
メラルドを癒し、カオスエメラルドは星の傷を癒す。
Being a professor, I guess.
元に戻るという道理ですよ。
Mars, hi Mars. Oh my god, Dragon. Hello, hello. Oh my god. Are we doing more nighttime stages? No. Oh. Alright. More incentive for me to break absolutely everything then. Oh, I can go here now. Also hope Mars is doing good. Dragon. God, the music is so good though. Holy shit, Sega never misses with their music. Especially when it comes to Sonic. Some customers told me about the professor recently, and I heard you've been rather involved yourself. Wait. What kind of cock does this? A dragon. I like milk chocolate. Yeah. Boy, am I busy. Today I had to get egg, sugar, flour, soap, and a toothbrush, and I'm 4. I don't know anything about it. Wow. Oh, and all is that meat. Grandma will be mad if I forget anything. Sorry, can't talk, and I go bye. I've been found out. Oh no. I'm doing fine. Thank you. If you encounter a dragon made of chocolate, I would say I'm sorry, and then I will dig in, I guess. No, I wouldn't. I would probably lick. Lots of lick. Joseph's. Oh, welcome, value customer. We've got it here at the Joseph's. Oh my god, baguette! Spagonian cameo. Pasta alla. Wait, double L is Y, right? Aya? Pasta aya patico? People are gonna hate me, oh my god. Dark chocolate is best? Oh, wait, dark chocolate is really good actually. Yeah, I agree with Lucy here. Dark chocolate is really good. Chili dog. A jumbo Frank slashed with spicy chili. A slice of bliss with whipped cream and a strawberry on top. Bookshelf? TV? Gramophone? Oh, these are like the... Okay, I'm buying all of them. I couldn't buy TV anymore. Oh my god, I'm so broke. What can I sell? Nothing. Dark chocolate plus mint? Ooh, heck yeah. Thank you, Joseph. Hi, are you okay now? I can't believe a little girl like her is still up working at this hour. Running over like her life depended on it. Where are her parents? Well, I suppose that's no business of mine. Yeah, I was thinking like, she's 4. And then there's like walking around at night in the street trying to get groceries and stuff. I like dark chocolate, but I always need to have something with it. A glass of milk, or it's gonna have a little caramel on it, or some sea salt on it. Just a little something to balance it. That's fair. I think I can. I think I kind of like just dark chocolate. Salt in chalky is so good. I recently had someone, well, not someone, but yeah, someone from my sister's who's working in the kindergarten gifted a box of sea salt dark chocolate. That one is mine. I already took off. It's so good. Is there no end? I've had it up to here with cleaning my shop. Someone's pissed. Shut up. Yeah, that's right. Clean up this. Clean up this. Huh? Temple? Let's see. A temple. Did you know there's a temple in Missouri? I saw it in the geography book. Oh, we're going back to Missouri again? Okay. What's the big hurry? Gaia Temple? You're going to fix the planet with an emerald? I hope you know what you're doing because I don't have a clue. Fair. Yum. I like dark chocolate, and usually dark chocolate is vegan, so I can have it without any problems. I eat like a piece of dark chocolate a day almost. Yum. Oh, but also vegan? Hello? What happened? I rescued the professor. Rescued him? You did? Looking for a temple. And there's a famous temple in the Missouri region. Are you taking a trip there? I guess. Nothing. No way. That look on your face is a dead giveaway. Oh, there's dash jump. I forgot. Covers more ground. Oh my god, I forgot this dash jump. No air control though. Are you going to Missouri, Sonic? How far is Missouri? Would Mama lose weight if she walked there? Yo, chill! Chill! Holy shit! Chill. What is wrong with you? Holy shit. Oh my god, that is so funny. I can, but it can't be cheap stuff like Hershey's. At least not in the United States. It's only inedible in the US. Oh. Fat? Or is it called fat? Fat. With a PH? Always love with a PH. I'm a warhawk. I can do whatever I want, okay? I'm definitely not destroying everything here, so... Oh hey, how are you doing? Well, why are you going in such a rush? Oh, you're looking for a temple, are you? I heard there's one in Missouri. Why don't you try there? Everyone only knows Missouri in Spagonia. What are you doing? You have a university. You guys only know about Missouri? How about United States or Malaysia or Brunei or Philippines or whatever, you know? I'm so relieved to hear that the professor is alright. I wonder where he'll be off to next. All that traveling would give me quite an appetite. Oh, in the US they mix chocolate with edible wax so they don't melt on the What? Ew, no! That's fucked up. Oh man, oh no. Whoa, what the heck are you? You surprised old Maru for a second, don't do it again. I don't take nothing from nobody, not even that hairdresser Denise. SF. That's what you want. Yeah, that's what you want. I like homemade milk chocolate. Homemade milk. Kobo's gonna get milk. Hey, have you seen my granddaughter? That kid should have been home a long time ago. I wonder where she is. I don't know, ma'am. Good luck. Oh, is this like a... Oh, it's a little shortcut. Okay. Well, not as much of a shortcut, I guess. Whenever I see you, you always seem to be in a big hurry. What's up? What? You're looking for a temple so we can save the planet? What in the world are you talking about? Get fucked. Oh, yeah. I made you this work, ma'am. I thought it might come in handy. Get Hershey syrup or pour in milk and bam, chocolate milk. That or best bee cream? I don't know what that is, which is delicious. You can use the world map to travel the places you want to visit. Or you decide you want to go somewhere else, use the screen. Here, let me give you a quick tutorial on how it works. First, click your destination. We'll go to Apotos for now. Try pointing the cursor there, use the left stick to move it. Yes, perfect. That's exactly right, Sonic-ku. Next, let's try changing the time. Move the sun swap to swap night and day. When the light hits the country, a sun icon appears by the flag. By the same logic, moon icon. Okay, if you visit country, it'll be daytime. Now if you visit with sun with square. Nice going. Okay, let's try actually moving. I want to go to Masri in the day. And you cursor and then make sun daytime. Okay. The sun has the power to move the entire sun? Apparently. That's kind of scary actually. Perfect, awesome work. Okay, next stop, Missouri. Kinda scary actually. Who knew Sonic is an eldritch horror? Oh. They're so stoic. Nice, what a shot. What a shot. I'm gonna point at you now.
この間はハイなスカイダイビングを味わわせてくれてありがとうよ。やはり生きておったか、しぶといハリネズミめが。こんなとこで何してんだ？教える義理はないわい。わしゃ忙しいのでな。アディオス。テレーザー！あんなやつほっとけ。それよりみんな無事か
I can crawl around the speed of light again. Yeah. Nice shot, Quad. Did you see that? I'm the one who threw that stone. Fuck yeah, that was amazing. Fight the throwing armor guy. Gonna stay ready in case bad guys show up. Hell yeah, kid. Kwame sensing something. I can sense it. He is headed for the Gaia temple. Yeah, as if he didn't ask about it 10 seconds ago. Walao, what, do you think a prophet or some shit? It is the holy place that we dare not approach. What could he possibly want there? You could fast. So he's the one they call Eggman. He's quite the troublemaker, isn't he? Still, nothing I couldn't handle. But that was the most fun I've been in a long time. Like, no one can hear this. I think I'm actually still jittering. Oh my god, my legs are still shaking. I think I'm gonna piss myself. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Thinking where Quad finishes off Eggman with that rock and becomes the main character of the Sonic universe. Everyone's be like, yo, Quad, holy shit, that was a nice rock. You killed Eggman. Let's go. You can't let him get away with that, for real. Sorry, I'm just not in the mood to run my shop right now, for real. He ran off that way, for real. I guess the rumors Eggman were true. I mean, not that I know much about genius scientists, but I have never seen such a self-centered luckhead in my life. Nice eyebrow movement. Oh, that Eggman fellow. He's certainly full of himself, isn't he? I don't like him one bit. Were you planning on going after him? The Gaia Temple is over there. Wallop him good for me, will you? Yeah. Say, did you see my grandpa? Isn't he great? The Eggman tried to threaten him and he didn't even flinch. He's such a great man. But then, that's why he's village elder, of course. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna tell you that I have the power to read minds or read minds. I'm just gonna stay silent, okay? Quad, more like K-God. K-God. Oh my god, we're doing day stages again? Let's go. Finally. Cannot go up like that? That worked. Ah, that's how you're supposed to get it, okay. What are these two guys? What did I do? Oh, okay. I also don't think this game could release today. The depiction of this fish is mildly offensive. Yeah. It is. It actually is. Nah, I just want to go play the stage. I'm going at day stage. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I want to play day stage.
Ready?
Let's go.
Go! Go!
Right, you can drift. Oh, I missed it. Oh, that's only one. Oh, do I have light speed shoes? Ow. There's a medal up there. Go back! Oh my god, too much speed, Sonic, too much speed! Get back! You fuck! Oh no, I cannot even go back anymore. Oh, I can actually. Ah. God, this is so cool. I saw that. Mega speed. Oh, I got a medal. Oh, I was so slow. Oh, you went the wrong way, Sonic. Oh, it's a loop. Okay, take it slow here. I'm out of ring energy already. I played this on PlayStation 3 back then. Oh. I wanna try square. Oh, actually square, wow. Nice. Spot on. That's fun as hell, oh my god, it's so good. Hi, banana. More speed? Lurk? Okay, have a good lurk, Lucy, thank you. Good luck with the appointment later. They should add a Kobo to Sonic. Yeah. Is this emulator? This is a... This is Unleashed recompiled. Oh, there's a medal. Oh, I have to wait, okay. Nice. There's another one? I'm not too sure what I'm doing here. Oh, I couldn't hit them. Oh, I missed it. Oh, I missed it again. So there's one more sun, one more moon around here? Oh. No, I missed it again. I couldn't get it. Okay, not like that. I'm not gonna play Sonic all 6. I will save my sanity. What? Okay, maybe not like that. Oh, I couldn't see. Okay, I think that's all the medals. When do I get to attack? I don't get it. When he's doing this, I guess? At least it's like an endless amount of rings. The game is being nice here. I guess only when he's attacking that I can only attack them. Oh, wow, I didn't see it. Camera hits me. I literally cannot read chat right now, please. Oh, that worked. What happened? I don't know if I can attack like this. It's the only game I had for like a year. I played all of it. Oh, wait, I don't get the music? I don't get the result failed music? The best music in the game? I've seen... Nice. I've seen so many people play Sonic 06 and it's just a loading screen fest and a bug fest. There'll be E? Oh, I need to play worse. I thought I was already playing really bad. The only are only bad on PS3 and Xbox. Is there a PC version of 2006? Ready for Splatfest this week? Well, I'm not too sure what it is, but have fun.
チップ待て。いきなり触ったら。
So the Kobo might want 14 werewolf boyfriends? No. But Kobo wants 14 dragon boy or girlfriends. Hi Baron. Sonic Splatface. Hey, what? Whoa, shiny.
やっぱりここがガイア神殿か。それでドクターエッグマンが占領しようとしてたんだな。
Oh, CG cutscene? My ears are bleeding. I'm fine. Wow, so word dragons are trash? I didn't say that, you said werewolf. How do you know?
Bingo! 大当たりだ。
これ見て。
How do you have satellite pictures of Earth? What the heck?
Excellent!
Excellent.
この調子でどんどん星を元に戻していこうよ、ソニック。
星のパズルとは面白くなってきたぜ。ぐるっと世界旅行でもしようじゃない。
Wow. Oh, still broken? Nice. Hey, Sonic! Let's go find the professor and tell him what happened. He'll be super happy to hear his plan to restore the planet worked. And the part that came back includes Holoscope. Might be worth a visit, you can check it out on the world map. One more thing. From now on you can change night and day when you're in the village. You can use the pulse meter in advanced time, give it a try. Looks like you kinda spaced out, did you catch all that? I heard you. Heading back to the tornado, gonna keep it up and running. Okay. Just here to be a problem, just travel internationally and I'm spicy slash rude. No. Well, not a problem still, because where dragons are. A Kobo 1. Something 6 is an experience. PS3 version had worse loading screens if I remember correctly. They're just bad in general. The whole budget was spent on an intro cutscene, yeah. And then why a human princess? I don't get it. Chili dog? Don't fudge your Missouri. Don't fudge your Missouri hot dogs then. I got hot dogs, they're delicious. But if you don't clear my missions, I will sell to you. Hello missions, ooh. Time trial, battle trial, ring trial? Finish in 4:30? Let me see some rings. Give me 10. Hee, this mission's perfect for a speed demon like you. Think to choose only one the quickest.
Ready?
Oh my god, alright, here we go.
Go! Go!
I remember that one. Oh, I thought I stomped it. Ayuyoyo. Ayuyoyo. That was really bad. Michael Jackson did the majority of missing a Sonic 3? What? What's Sonic 3? Sonic 3 and then Sonic and Knuckles? Sonic 3 from Sonic... and Sonic 3 from Sega Genesis? That worked. Nice. That worked. I'm cool. I'm gonna lurk. Okay, have a good lurk, Evans. Thanks for hanging around. Thank you. Have a good nap. Bye. One single bye. We don't need anything. We just need combat. I'm keeping the EXP points. I'm impressed. Very cool, very cool. It's fun watching you bounce around. How am I keeping up? It's a secret. I see you with every step you take. It's fine. Here, eat this. Come on now. It's a custom link just for you. Scorcher dog. Can I just eat it? Give to Sonic. Oh. I should give it to Chip. $330? I don't think I did it just now. Beat over 24s. Grab 100 rings. I mean, 4 should be easy, right? Just beat up everyone in sight. Okay. Give me hot dog. I ate them.
Ready?
In the morning? Oh my god. Alright, watch this. It's already 16. Hi, Commander Coyote. You're welcome. I didn't jump. Oh, Coyote doing it. Thanks for the like. I should went up and see what's up there. I messed up. You know what? It's intended. That was 29. Ooh, that was pretty good. I pressed wrong button. $31, $32. Nice.
Yes!
That was 33. Word Rush. I wonder how much combos Sonic has. That's a lot of combos. Yee, very nice. Good. You're just bursting with pep. Here, eat this. Come on now. It's a custom link just for you. Scorcher dog. Now we can give the chip, right? One nibble gave me this huge surge of strength. Here, I'm on fire. Oh no. So, I ate that for that. Oh, I gave it. What? Eggman? Yes, he came to this village. I knew it! The rumors were true! I'm Brenda, a freelance reporter. Mind if I ask you a few questions? Freelance? What's that? I write for a magazine. I'm covering the story on the world shattering. Wow, and your job sends you all over the world. That's awesome! That's kinda cute actually. Oh, it's you. Hi. You seem familiar somehow. Ah, yes, from back in Spagonia, of course. I've got an urgent job to take care of, so I'm in a bit of a rush. Oh, I should be anyway. But I'm worried about that little girl I saw in Spagonia. If you're able to pass her neighborhood, give her this, a present from me. So, think you can give it to her? Oh, and obviously don't tell her it's from me. Her knowing my identity would only complicate the transaction. What? What? Are you what? Are you like her distant dad or something? What the heck? You're a customer. This is Tree Shade, my shop. See anything you like. Oh, that's actually kinda cute. Broiled ibanga. Flame broiled meat from the fleet-footed ibanga. Soviet. A quail? Chili dog. I guess I'm buying all these. I'm also buying all the food all one. And then give everything to Chip. Alright, we could deliver message said nothing. Deliver message who? Alright, Chip. You're gonna eat everything here. Have a broiled ibanga. That meat was tough. My jaw is all sore. Skill issue. Not much flavor. How are you supposed to eat it, I wonder? I don't know. Chili dog. You like these, right, Sonic? I think it's a little too spicy for me. Fair enough. The cream frosting is so good. It's all sweet and fluffy. Fair enough. Grip. Sweet and kinda tart. My mouth is super happy now. Cookie? The cream inside is really good. There's a hint of lemon too. Yo, lemon? Nice. It's yummy, but kinda hard. I wonder if it was still a little unripe. Cool guys gonna know how to fight cool like us, don't you think? Where did that come from? Who are you? Mysterious youth. Mumble, mumble, bumble, bumble. Whisper, whisper. We finally made it, huh? How'd you like this town, Chow? I'm so tired from I'm so tired from the long trip. Now let's somewhere to chill. What? Hey there. What did I do, Chow? A stranger to talk to me. Hi, Fox Macro. Many spin. I put together your salesman talking to him. I'm so sorry. Where are you going? Wait for me, eh? Are you... What the... Okay. Isn't Chow from like Sonic Adventure or something? Oh, that was weird. So did you get rid the creepy old dude with that mustache? Yep. I know, I'd like to show me a thing or two. Oh, there's another medal. Also, Fox Macro is doing that. I don't know if I said that, I forgot. Oh, what was that? Double tap is this? Oh, yo, I can kick everyone. Let's go. I guess we're going back to Spaconia. Wait, what was the other one? The mission. Ring trial. 100 rings is like easy as hell, no? Yeah, let's do one more. A ring collecting mission, perfect for a greedy ring hog like you, hee. What are you saying, you little shit?
Ready?
Here we go. I don't have the boot yet, I think. Go up. Oh, it's a longer way, okay. That works. Nice. Easy. That was 3, 2, 1 rings.
Yes!
Yes. Kobo's the best. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Day stage is way too fun. Holy shit. Amazing. Those grunts and shouts of yours would wake the dead. Grunts and shouts? Eat this. More Scorcher Dog? I'm eating this one. I already gave Chip one. Then like... Ah. Missile Punch. Okay. Alright, let's go to the other stage. I'm gonna go Spagonia and give the gift to the kid. Yeah, this one. Where's the kid? Why the kid is not in Spagonia anymore? But it should be. Well, she should be. Come on, let's go see the professor? No. Wait, oh my god, I don't see the kid anymore. What? Yeah, I don't see the kid anymore. Oh no. Maybe it's only during nighttime? I guess it's only during nighttime. How long did you know how long the Dorm Dominator Auto has been at it? 80 years! 80! Unbelievable! Even more amazing is he remembers everything about his students. Duh! Do you know what he said to me when I ran into him the other day? How are your grandma and grandpa? I brought them together, you know. Ha ha ha! What a hoot! That old door master knows it all. I don't get. Oh, Otto. Oh, maybe you should go and tell that Pickle that planet's restored. Okay. I wish it would hurry up and get dark. I prefer the nighttime. This town looks so much better at night. It takes on a romantic glow. Oh my god, agree. Alright, let's go find the professor. What are you guys up to? You traveling around to temples to fix the world? Sending your sights high, eh? Suppose that makes you global adventurers. So the plan's getting back together before... That was you guys? You're joking, right? You almost had me for a minute there. Did you walk that one up with the professor? No one believes what I do, man. Jeez, everyone's so mean, man. They're like, oh, hey, you're traveling around, huh? You're so cool. You restored what? Are you joking, stupid? You think I'm dumb? Huh? Professor's not here. He must be out. Let's try back at night. Oh, okay. If the game tells me to go back at night, yeah. Oh wait, I can change. Oh, that's a loading screen. Wow. Oh, that's a what? That's a loading screen? Uh-oh.
話せって
このエミーローズ様から逃げようったってそうはいかないんだからってあれあなた誰
Oh shit.
やったごめんなさい
やった
おかしいなソニックの気配確かにしたんだけどほんとごめんねさよなら
That is...
ありゃりゃあの人ソニックだって分かんなかったのかなでもしょうがないか今のソニックこんなでこんなだもんね
Oh, that doesn't help, Chip.
ソニック見かけはすっごく怖いけど中身はいつもと一緒だってチップ分かってるからねソニック元気出してチョコ食べる
Don't need to get to you? Let's go tell the professor that part of the word is back. Yeah, but you were so rude about it though, Chip. What the heck? Okay, this one's still the same. Hook attack. Word clap? Oh, I'm getting all the special ones. Spinning needle, so dash jump attack. Dash jump attack. So we have dash attack and dash jump attacks now. Oh my god, dragon spinning too? Heck yeah. Also that's... Oh my god, wait, that's you! Oh my god, that's you! Heck yeah, that's adorable as heck. I love it. Mars is so heckin' cool, oh my god. No, help. Talk use, right. With part of the planet restored, I've been able to locate 2 temples. According to the Gaia manuscripts, there's a temple here in Spagonia. Who would have imagined one was hiding so close? The second location is Holoska, my boy. Are you familiar? You should see it on the world map. Well, your job is clear. Go place those chaos emeralds in the temples. Well then, do you have any further questions? Souvenir? Oh, yes, how can I help you with souvenirs? Hanover? Oh. Why, thank you. Let me give it a hint in return for your trouble. Oh, you shouldn't have? And care to hear a trick for scoring higher marks on nighttime stages, my boy? It's quite fun. Destroy everything, false objects, whatever. Oh. That's how... What? Use that brawn of yours to wreak some havoc, hey? I knew you like that. Miniature flag. Remember the platform at Savannah Citadel by night that moved on a dial? Take a good long look at the area beside it. There should be a handy shortcut there for you. I don't get it. Spaghetti nonia? You're quite familiar with the sonic boost by now, Have you noticed that it consumes the most rings at the very start? For a longer boost, keep the button held down for more boost for your buck. Ah, I almost forgotten. I have a small gift for you, my boy. Here, take this sun medal. Not that you should feel obligated, but I'm very much looking forward for your next souvenir. Really? Need some hints? No, thank you. No, I'm good. I'm sure you have the planet back in one place in no time at this rate. Oh, and don't forget to bring us a souvenir out or trade while you're out. Ah, would you like a souvenir from Spagonia itself? Can't play Pico. Oh, there's a medal just right here. Holy shit. Oh, wait. Your granddaughter. That's her. So I need to find her somewhere. Oh, there she is. Can I help you? For me, because I'm working so hard for Grandmama and I'm 4. Yay, first time anybody ever gave me a present for that. Wow. Ooh, those smell so good. Can I eat it now? That was yummy, but we don't have to tell Grandma, okay? That present you gave me was so good. I should have taken my time eating it so I could enjoy it for longer. True. I wonder if there's like a day stage for Spagonia already. Or maybe Spagonia stages is not unlocked yet? No, it's unlocked, okay. Ooh. Oh. Oh wait, that almost worked. Oh, that worked. What is that? Oh, is it like a Tails stage? Rooftop run. All that for this. No. Looks like we can get in here. Touching that mysterious hourglass changes day to night and back again. Nice Digivolve. I wonder how you're supposed to get up there. Wall jump? Is there like some abilities that I can buy in? Oh. What? I died in town. I actually lost a life. What the hell? I guess no day stages for now. Yeah, so there's like some sort of ability that I need to buy. I hate the fixed camera, I swear to God. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh no. Sonic Digivolve. Furry Sonic. Why is Sonic French? Don't worry about it, it's fine. Guess we're going through night stages. Here we go. I mean, nighttime stage is not bad as well, I like it. Whoa, my ears are bleeding from that. Holy shit, I'm never doing that again. Oh, cool. It's what enables him to become a werehog. Oh no! Who needs combos when I can stand up you forever? Whoa, what happened? Wake up. I'm also out the map. Oh, I'm back. Oh my god, that was mega fast. Sonic extending his arms further than Orokin. I haven't got the Orokin Cell yet. There's so many things that requires Orokin Cell. I've been trying to opening up maps in Warframe as well. Tomorrow I'll show what I have. I want to play Warframe tomorrow. Aha. Nice. First medal? Yeah, that was the first medal. No, no. I'm checking there might be something at the side. Oh, actually I can just do that. Semi-fixed camera angles, I swear. Oh, drink! I should drink. I haven't drank water in a while. Wait. Boop. Wait. Boop. Wait. Boop. 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 Wait. More dragon? Wait. 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 I can grab two? I can, what the fuck? This is so fucked up. I didn't know this is a thing. Alright, wait. Let's go, you and me. Let's go, friendo. Oh. Got him. Got him. Jump space? Ooh. A lot of people are playing jump space lately. I don't know, that game doesn't really strike me as something that I would want to play. Aha. Okay, we good. Nice. Some spicy hecckin turds. Solo in bud. Metal. Oh, right, fair enough. It kicked. Oh, what was that? Oh, what was that range? Why is that damage? I'm dying. I just realized that was actually frame trap. I hate doing the critical attack because they can attack right after. That's so fucked up. Come here. Come here. Oh my god, they're not dead. Camera, I swear to god. We already got everything here, so we don't need to like map search anymore. Wake up, dum dum. Uh-oh. Oh, what was the hitbox? GG, they decided to do that. In the walls. Don't worry about it. It is intended. Okay, so I cannot get hit. They hurt like hell. I forgot, don't do that. my ears hurt from it. Any secret rooms around? Because the camera angle is very fixed here, I cannot even touch anything. Oh. Oh, hi again, sir. Medal. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's just a fishing thing. Everything had to be destroyed. Recall the Stinky King? Yo, Stinky King? Hi. Something really, really big to break the fence down there. Oh. I'm killing you, and I'm killing you. Ow. 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 Oh, is that damage boost? Oh. Get looped, idiot. Get out of here. I don't know why there's always like dog noises. Oh. Ah, a conveniently placed barrel for no reason. I love it. Oh. It's a lot of time to react to. Guns? Oh. Yeah, no, okay. I guess there's no secret here. A yellow gem? Maybe in here? Oh. Oh, hey, medal. It would be nice if I can. Okay. Oh. The fucking camera, I swear. Oh my god, I'm inside? Wow, we won. I'm not gonna question it. I guess it's a path. It's a path forward. Nice. Hi, Lupo. Welcome, welcome. Hope Lupo's doing good. Oh. Oh, they know the block now. Oh, I almost missed it. From the back. Get snapped. I don't think that's intended. Never said you have a free redeem of flying. I was assuming it's like climbing your back. Oh, flying it's like only for 3D models. Unfortunate. It's only for 3D models. It's covering an entire book on the roof. Oh. Wow, metals is hard to find. Again? Back up. Oh my god, decided to do that and I cannot do it. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Why is that a thing? Oh my god, I cannot do anything actually. That was crazy. Blocking. Blocking. Wake up. Unbreakable vase? Nice medal. free. Ceramic pot breaking .wav. Thanks. I cannot believe that pot didn't break. But now that the WAV the WAV file played, it broke. Insert link noises. Link side jump. There was a box that I can... Oh. Next, medal. Oh my god, I got locked. But there was like a box that I can push around. I must have missed the medal then. Medal. I think this one gives more EXP, that's why I keep doing it. I still love listening to jazz while I beat up everything. Nice medal. 6 out of 10 and then 3 out of 6. At least that's more than 50% of the medals found. I knew it. Alright, big fight. Here we go. What was that with? Oh my god, the moment I stopped. I didn't think they're gonna wind up that long. And that's a whip. That was so weird. Get kicked. Lavender? Hell yeah. Alright. Hi, sweet. Thank you for the lick. Oh my god. What the good. Yeah. Thank you for the moist. Oh, I should have eaten that. Oh my god, GG. Get killed from the inside. Oh, there's a medallion down there. Nice. Maybe you can get up there by grabbing onto those spinning gears? Oh no, parkour! I have a question about Malaysian Chinese. I've seen younger people in China start to add some English to 我不 care. Does it happen in Malaysia too? Yeah. 我不 care. We don't say 我不 care 啦, because we're in Malaysia. We just straight up say I don't care lor. But yeah, there's a lot of like mixed, because it's Malaysia, we have 3 main languages, so we sort of mix them quite a lot, right? So yeah. What is this room? My ears are bleeding from the fucking... I swear my ears are bleeding. The camera is not helping. I'm gonna go back, okay, just in case. I want to see if there's medal. Okay, no medal here. That is some jarring part, holy shit. The rings, yeah, it's because This is how you can control the camera. It's like semi-fixed camera. It's so fucked up. You can never have like a good straight alignment. You just have to like feel for it. Oh. Metal. Well, of course we can't have a straight alignment. We're not straight. That's actually really true. I don't think I'm straight at all. I don't know what I am. I'm dragon sexual, I guess. Oh my god, the camera! Obligatory. Oh my god, Matito! This is fucked up. How much more parkour is there? Heckin, yip, yip. Walao 欸，妈，你要我洗在裤子也不是这样吗？真的是，哎呀，妈那个一跌下我直接顶在control。It's okay, Kobo is fine. Any secrets? I wish I can have a free roam camera, but that's too good to be true. But at least we found almost all the medals. Nice. Oh, dang. Oh my god, camera, I'm gonna vomit. What am I doing? Whoa, the clock moved! I wonder if you can work on those hands. I'm pretty sure I can. I think, Chip? Well, you just fly, so you probably don't care, but... Check. Yeah! Wow! Oh my goodness! I wanna see if they're hiding anything down there, you know? Okay, I guess not. Just gonna make sure, Fixed camera bullshit, you know? Oh my god. There. I couldn't. Oh, metal. I think I saw one more there just now during the tiny cutscene. Let's hope this works. Fuck. let's fight him first. Get fucked. Okay. Oh, they died. Oh, I think that's the end. Okay. I saw one more thing. I need to go there. The fucking saw noises. Holy fucking shit. The sound effect needs. Oh, holy fuck. Feels like there's something hidden, no? If not, like, what's the point of, like, the star? I guess I missed one medal. Again. It's so fucking loud again. Yeah, I guess Kobo missed another medal. It's fine. I cannot stand the noises anymore. Here we go. Yeah, turns out destroying everything is an S rank, even though it took 34 minutes in one stage. I'm missing one medal. Gaia Key Knight. A key to the Temple of Gaia in Spagonia. Doesn't seem to work by itself. Yeah, obviously it's fucking cut in half. Word Tornado. I got Crusher. Pharaoh Warhammer. Pharaoh Wind Whirl. You know, it'll be a lot easier if I actually get some Strength, Life, Unleash or Shield, but who needs them anyway? Alright, I'll get one shield. There. Alright. All style, who needs anything else, right? I do have to kind of end early today because tonight I have something to do. Surprisingly not hitting balls, but it sounded like I was waiting. Here, I got something for the Hakase. I think he came up with something after reading more of the manuscripts. Well, this is it. Not sure what he expects you to use it for, but hey. Uncanny camera. Ooh. Uncanny camera cleared. What do you mean, uncanny camera cleared? Oh, huh? Oh, cutscene. That doesn't feel normal. Oh, Matsuri? Oh, we need camera to reveal them. You give me 5 minutes to kill all these, okay. All this pretty fast. Imagine if they one-shot me, how funny would that be? Ow! Enemies are kinda cute though? Yeah, they are. It's our favorite is 2 dogs. Number 1, chili dogs. Number 2, more chili dogs. I'm not Sonic though. Oh, I got the full combo. Oh, okay. Keep grabbing them. It's okay, my chat is not filled with wolves or dogs. It's not gonna start a howl, it's fine. Also, hi Neovenda. You solar, you dragon! Awawa.
これでこの辺りも平和になりそうですね。さすがはソニック君。あな
たソニックを知ってるの？
今君を助けて去っていったではないですか。ね
えねえ、ソニックに何があったの？ねえお願い、詳しく聞かせて。
キュウリのサンドイッチを食しつつでも構いませんかな。
Not the sandwich. The lavender. Wait, is that lavender? Ooh. I mean, I love lavender. Whoa, did you see that? That was sugoi. This camera is incredible. Now they can help. Now you can fix all the folks going a little bonkers at night. Just remember to go see the professor when you run out of flash users. Huh? There's limited users. Why? Only works at night. If they sound suspicious, just hit the boop button. Bathe them in purifying light. Spirits be gone. Everyone in Spagonia should be fine now, right? It's okay. It's not a how. There's only two. It's only two how. It's fine. Meta. Are you sus? Are you sus? I'm not gonna. And hello, dearies. Oh, I heard about it. You rescued the professor. He often comes by my husband's shoe shop. We are well acquainted. Nice, cool. Good evening. You're going to the professor's? Professor Pickle is a regular customer here at the shoe store. Cool. Cool. Yeah, and? Hi, Sonic. Everybody's talking about how you rescued the professor. Cool. Hi, Sonic. Where are you going? To the professor's? You should stay busy, huh? I wanted to ask you about how you rescued him, but that can wait. What is this godforsaken railing? What is this supposed to do? Why is it airborne? Is this intended? Oh, dear. There's gotta be something at the end. No, it didn't. It's a French thing, you wouldn't get it, probably. Oh no. How about up here? Why? Why? Oui, that's I'm taking away your cheese. Oui, baguette, je où? La baguette, la Paris? Hong Hong, c'est la vie. I don't know anything about French. Look, I'm from Malaysia, okay? I don't know anything about French. Como kappa? You're a bugged. Hey, if there's two dragons around me, I'm so gonna be willing to be a bucket. All right. I will taste dragon's bucket. Oh, hey, it's you again. Oh no, time trial? No healing? God, want to stay alive? Oh no, that's tough. Real? Hell yeah, another dragon enjoyer? Fuck yeah. Somebody told me I was dancing in the middle of the street. Don't tell me you saw it too. I did. It was dumb. I mean, huh? Dragon turned me into a Subway sandwich. Ooh. Gosh, I would love that too. I should drink. I was forced to study French for 4 years during high school. Like, French language? That sounds tough. What's the deal? I ache all over. It's like I was up all night dancing. Lately my memory of the night before's been fuzzy. I must be overdoing it. Dragons could easily turn me into a sandwich as well. Good evening. Are you out for an evening stroll too? It's beautiful, isn't it? With the clock tower aglow in the moonlight. And the stars reflecting in the mountain. Ah, so romantic. I didn't like studying French. That's understandable. I like how it sounds. I don't know how it sounds. Get this. I've lost all interest in gems and even my appearance. I headed up to here with cleaning the shop and washing dishes. Oh, I suppose we can leave some tasks unfinished, don't you agree? Oh, someone's pissed. Smile. Oh, exorcism. Oh my god, it's actually exorcism, what the hell? Spin! Chat, I'm not doing any damage at all, this is bad. I cannot kill the small ones. Get stun locked and done. Just ragdolls around. Ooh, there's more. The French accent gives me a craving for cheese. I mean, rural, I'm in danger. Reggie, I'm in danger. Is this a model or doorbell sound real? It's real. Nothing is modeled in this game. Come here. No, fuck you. Heal. We love listening to jazz while beating up monsters. Looking for something unexpected. No. I think I can only kill like this now. I'm not doing any damage. Oh my god, there's more. I have 4 minutes left. Help. Alright, here we go. That's an upgraded version, I think. We're aiming at. We block those. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, okay, okay. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. I don't like the mage looking ones. Unblockable! Oh my god, that's so fast. Oh, only one? Okay, okay, okay. Chat, am I cooked? Whoa! What was that? Hopefully that's 19. No, come on. It's gonna be so fast. Okay. Easy. Strength level 1 possible? Strength level 1 possible? That one was tough. Just levitating through the bricks, no big deal. Oh, I didn't know Solar can howl. Earth Shaker, that sounds good. Alright, we definitely need more Unleash, you know? We just need Unleash. What do we need Unleash? Of course, right? We don't need Strength. We don't need Strength. Fuck Strength. Oh, we have 2 Howlers in chat. Hi Jake slaps the fuck out of Sonic, but why? Hi Jake. Hi Bert. Oh my god. Oh my! What am I doing standing around here? This won't do. I have to get the shop cleaned up for tomorrow. Busy, busy, busy. Oh, I saved Ida. Yay! Alright, anyone else is feeling weird that I need to flash them? Kobo really wants to be weak in strength. Yeah, we don't need strength. We just need cool. We just need cool. You know. Okay. Kobo wants to be easy to kidnap by dragons. Obviously, Me being kidnapped by dragons? I wouldn't think of it. Gosh, what? Me? Oh. I think that's everyone. Yeah, that's everyone. Okay, okay. Alright, we saved everyone in Spakonia. Only during nighttime, so let's change. I think we go Matsuri nighttime. Yeah, Matsuri nighttime. Let's go. Let's see how many people we need to flush over there. I forgot to refill it. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I also did the thing. Ah, it's you again. So how did it go? She was happy, huh? Good, good. Oh, look at the time. I need to get to another meeting. Apotos is up next. I owe you one. Catch you later. Charming girl cleared. Okay. Most heartfelt thanks for saving our village. And come back anytime, just in case further problems plague us, you know? Yeah, that's why I'm here. Hey, hey! What's the matter, Sonny, old pal? Why the scary face? I mean, sure, it's the end of the world and all. And that just means we have to enjoy the time we have left. You are getting flashed. you are getting flashed, brother. Ora. Ow. I made it! I'm killing you! I am killing you! I'll come back for you later. Oh. Oh my god, can I do it? They are cheating. They keep doing it. I'm fucking. Oh no! Okay. I'm still getting hit by the way. Alright, watch this. Get fucked. Whoa! There was zero time to react. You know, if I can have iframe, if I can have iframe when I'm getting stun locked like that, would be nice, you know. Strength moment. Kobo got this, it's fine. Alright. I saved the best for last. Or not. Bitch! 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 Oh. Ooh. Get fuck easy. Can I go? Can I take? Can I take those? There's XP back there. What the heck? Hi Lexi. Hey, it's been a while. Truly a try of agility. I know, right? Oh, Sonic, you're unleashed. Yeah, hi, how's the Dwaggy Kobold doing? I have promoted to a Dwaggy Kobold. I'm doing pretty okay today, yeah. Hope you are still doing well. The evil spirits are departing. Thank you, Sonic. You saved us all. By saving one Kwami, you save us all. And that's everyone here, I think. I need to go find the professor. Go find Professor. A friend of mine runs this game, so my opinions of things are skewed. A friend of mine runs this game, so my opinions of things are skewed. Oh, you mean some of them do did the Sonic Unleashed recompile, you mean? Professor, you're watching glitch left, right, so I think I guess I'm meant to be playing normally. Oh, I'm a very when it comes to playing games, I'm usually very I'm usually a very basic bitch of playing games. Me. I still can't read the it's you inside that thing. But knowing that the package is still my Sonic. Oh. Oh, looks already found use to the camera. Surprise, were you? All thanks to my research on the Gaia manuscripts. Light shall put darkness to rout. It says quite so. It's only natural. I hope you put it to work saving people from Dark Gaia, my boy. Now then, let's talk about journeys. How fresh the planet today, Sticking case I break on your temple, huh? Taking a look at the Holoska site, then. You know it, yes? You should see on the world map. I charged the flash to capacity, my boy hecckin. Oh, thank you. Okay, I was about to ask, it's like, how the fuck do I... I'll say the center of the day brings the enjoyment at the end of the day. Games is meant to be fun. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I usually enjoy the game as it is. I won't exploit any like glitch or anything. Unless the game presents the glitch or bugs on its own while me playing it normally, then we have a problem. I don't think anyone here is like fucked up. Let's go to Apotos. At 2 AM my brain is dying a bit mortal skills wise. Are you? Oh no. Hope you're okay. 2 AM driving. Alright, who's fucked up here? I know two of those fucked up. The ice cream guy and the priests, right? Yeah, okay. Say cheese. Get flashed. Aww. Wake up. Wait, I have no time. Okay, I'm killing you now. Right, that was easy. Just playing a bit more skills-wise. It's okay, my brain doesn't work half the time as well. It takes the heckin howl. Ooh. What am I doing? I got things to do. I have to prepare ice cream. The world is waiting. Yay. Ice cream, ice cream. Kobo love ice cream. Oh my goodness. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Chip, get your butt out of the screen, Chip. Holy shit. Been to the entrance stage yet? There might be places you can get to now. You're looking stronger than before. Heck yeah. Somebody told me the planet's coming back to normal. If we could get Spagonia slapped together for us, I'll be back at work. Nice. Oh, I forgot those are the fake barrels. Hi. Surfside Seagull Sundries. Words, holy shit. Alright, these are... yeah, these are... wait. I can buy all of them. Alright, Sunday Supreme. And then you have peach nuts. And juice. The classic. With donuts. And the beach. And the record. Very nice. Alright, we got some souvenir. We got some food for... food for Chip. Wow, this Chip whatever stuff is great. The local specialty in that one place was so good. Alright, bitch nuts. This has a great aroma, but it kinda hurts my mouth. Fair. Canned juice? Are you gonna eat the can as well? This water is so fizzy and sweet, it's kinda invigorating. Are you not gonna eat the can? That's like the best part. What do you mean? It's a ring! So fluffy and sweet. So sweet. A huge pit makes it hard to eat though. You're just gonna... I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Wait, I forgot to check if they're like... I'm supposed to check who's like... The planets can back together. Maybe now we can find her dentures. New flipping... Oh, that's why she cannot speak. Dentures. Okay. Oh yeah, the priest. You were flying up in the wild blue yonder in some plane, right? Say, can you give me a ride sometime? No. Well, good evening. I hope you two have been making out alright. Have you seen the ice cream vendor recently? He seemed out of sorts. And he was such a cheerful, pleasant man before. I already fixed him. Where's the priest? Oh, hey, think you got a second? I'm thinking of sending this along to that girl in Spagonia. If you see her, pass it along, would you? Oh, and obviously don't tell her it's from me. Her knowing my identity will only complicate the transaction. I don't get it. Why are you so mysterious? That's so fucked up. Wait, the priest is gone. Oh my god, the priest is gone. No wait, I actually don't see the priest anymore. Maybe the priest has succumbed to the darkness. Well, it is what it is. Let's get out of here. You know what they say when the priest suddenly goes missing? I don't know what they say. What do they mean? Oh wait, the priest is gone. That's what they say. Isn't that normal? 22, 22. I got 14 and 6. 11 and 8. 16, 16. Oh. I got the most out in Missouri. Nice! Oh my god, hi Draken. Thanks for the alert. Wait. The joke was there was no joke. Oh no. A joke, no joke mixed up. I'm getting schmixed. I can't believe I'm getting schmixed. Oh my god. What's the time now? I actually have to end a little bit early. It's already 5. Okay, I actually have to end here. No, I want to play more. No, we do one more day stage. All right, one more. Unless it's not day stage, I don't know. Oh, it's you again. Mumble, 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 whisper, whisper. Whew, we made it to the town in one piece. The last time was scary. When don't you nut? You were gonna be afraid of why you run. Sorry, next time I'll try harder. Grow. Oh my god, Kobo can grow. Eat Narix. Uh-oh. No end stream now. No, just one more. Block this joke, no joke schmicks. Oh no. Grow. Ah. Oh, hey, you're that guy. My pal Wentos is quick to a scare. Hey, go easy. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Oh, where are you going? Wait up for me, eh? Bye. Bye. Oh, holy, that's it. Oh. You know, whoever made that, I was gonna say that I can remake that, but that's a joke. That's a lie. I'm not doing that. Alright. Hello, my name is Marquita. Ask me anything about our village. What it's like? It snows here year round, and it's cold. Even our houses are made of ice. We use skis and bobsleds to get around. You'll find all kinds of creatures in the sea here, even whales sometimes. Do you find that helpful at all? Kind of. Tira, you never know what snow is? Yeah, I don't. I know you. You are. Who are you again? I don't know. Oh, it's a trading post. This is the only store in these here parts. Give me one of that. Give me one of that. Canned horror. Tiny but potent fermented fish whose odor carries for miles. Cheap meat eaters. No, informer? I'm gonna say the Walmart then. Canned herring is canned horror. But why though? Oh, the smell? Alright, Chip, you're gonna have fun with this. You're gonna laugh, you're gonna laugh, you're gonna laugh. It fucking reeks. It reeks of dead fish. Oh no! Why is that a thing they sell then? Yeah! Eat that, Chip. You like to taste food? Me too! Yeah! I knew it tastes good. It tastes good. Candy herring tastes good, but tries to assassinate your nose. But I guess Chip begs to differ? Question mark. Oh, okay. You underestimate the danger of this land. How come you have gloves on but nothing else? You sound kind of weirdo. Alaska's the coldest place in the entire world. Well, yeah, but I don't care, you know. Strange sounds have been coming from deep behind the village lately, but that husband of mine has been too scared to go take a look. It's okay. Love durian? Little canned fish is like fish durian, isn't it? Sustromi? I fucking love durian though, it's so good. Ooh, boot. Dash with the button, it can even run on water. Looks like touching the mysterious. Okay. Alright, watch this chat, I'm the best. Go! Hell yeah. And stomping shoes. Hefty shoes made of steel. Makes them even more devastating. Oh, I can stomp. There we go. I was like, I know that's a thing. Medan. How is winter? Never had winter here. Malaysia is like forever summer. You're gonna open it underwater so that doesn't happen apparently. Nice camera. Medan. Oh my god, it actually has. Oh no. I'm spinning. I'm running on ice. Alright, let's go to the stage. I'm shocked, so you tell me you never have snow in your life? No. I mean, it's forever like 30 Celsius to 40 on average Celsius here. I mean, it's Malaysia. It's like Southeast Asia. It's normal. Yeah. Forever summer, I would hate to live there. Oh no. It's normal. So like, temperature is misleading. I wouldn't say it's misleading. I mean, you adjust the temp you live in. I wish I could just do that. It would be so nice. I want a good 23 Celsius. Ready? That's so good. Go! Here we go. Go! I don't know what the fuck am I doing. I'm running. Oh my god, I cannot control! Alright, there we go. Wow. Whale. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I'm the best. Oh no! I I don't know why I jumped there. No, I missed. I was trying to get that too. Nice. Oh, back to running. Ayo! Walao! Oh! I'll make a chicken. Oh no! I'm running on water. I'm so running on water. Okay, we good. Here we go. How do I get... I cannot go back there. I don't know how. Oh no! What? What? Nice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm stuck. Physics. That works. Oh, this stage is really hard. Holy shit, I love it. I missed it. Nice. What? 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 I thought invisible. I'm invincible. What do you mean? I can get hit still? There we go. Wow, that guy is... It's the same one again. Oh, we did it. That was short. Oh no! Yes! It's the best music in the game! Yeah, we did it! He fucking dies! We got it! Yeah! The best music in the game! How do you do tricks? It's so good. Chip is gone, man. Chip is gone. Chip is gone. Sonic is dead. No one wins. Best game ever. Recalling that would have been great. It's like everyone in the fucking go crazy. He's fucking dead. A chip in Sonic Unleashed can die in a ditch. Oh my god, this music is so good. Oh my god, this don't see. It's not like there's anywhere left we can go. Let's go back there and talk to the professor. Shut up, I'm gonna crawl around. I didn't do it. I don't do it. Oh hey. Sonic is actually a menace. We keep a box that over at the ice cavern up ahead, but someone really did a number on it. It's in 1,000 pieces now. Who could have done such a thing? I have to get my husband to fix it. From 1,000 pieces to 1. A Kobo destroying indigenous art? No, that didn't happen. Kobo didn't do it. Did you see it though? Kobo would never. Kobo would never. Yeah. Oh, wait, there's like momentum based jump. So our momentum. Oh, and then downward. Yeah, okay, that makes sense actually. I didn't know. Alright, I have to stop here today. But tomorrow we're gonna play more War Farm, and then yeah, tomorrow we play War Farm, and then on Saturday I'll see how many people will be joining Repo session. I hope there's more, but so far there's only one. Gauss Prime trailer. I'll look at it tomorrow then, while we play War Farm. I hope they saved it. Hey, yeah, what? I'm listening. Kobo's listening. Stream outro? Thank you, wow. But outro is supposed to be music, and I'm also playing Taskbar Hero. Oh my god, my inventory is so full, it's crazy. Alright, let me open up music. I also need to find a raid target. At this time? Alright, we need... Surprisingly, I'm not doing good Minton tonight. Of course we have to listen to this one. Let's go! Yeah, the best music in the game. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Perry's streaming. Oh my god. A zoo? See polar bears? Oh, Perry's doing it in real life stream. Tonight there's something else that I need to like attend to, so no good minton for me sadly. Day. But I'll be fine. There's so many decoration material, but yeah, boop, boop. My stash is already full in Taskbar Hero. That's crazy. Hope you guys like the music because I everything is so offbeat too. It's so funny. Oh my god, it's so stupid. I love it. Oh, my stash is full. Ah, crap. Sorry, I'm playing Taskbar Hero currently. Happy Chill Toy Thursday. Oh,
Good girl. Thanks for streamy creamy Kobo Evia too hard.
heck yeah, of course. Tuesday later on. Creamy Kobo. Oh my goodness. I would love to raid Perry, but there's also Lucy that I want to raid as well. But I haven't raided Johnny in a while. I will. Okay, I'll do this. I will raid Johnny, and I will shout out Perry, because Perry's amazing. Perry did this. Perry did this emote, this one, and Perry did my plush. There's a Kobo plushie, and Perry's just amazing in general. They're amazing. They're also a pseudo dragon. So this one. That's them. Alright, I'm changing music. Oh yeah, we should listen to this one. This one. This one. Yeah, this one is perfect. I just want to say, never mind. Ooh. Pretty. Currently, I think they're in the zoo. Yeah, they're in the zoo. Perry, I mean. I'm gonna raid Johnny. Yeah. I kinda want to raid. Gosh, Lucy or Johnny? Lucy's so nice though. But I haven't raided Johnny in a while. So is Lucy actually. I haven't raided anyone in a while. I mean, I did miss my stream on Monday, so maybe that's why I feel that way. Oh, no, I'm late. Chip, oh my god. Chip, it's been a while. It's okay, Chip. I'm just kind of I have to end a little bit early because there's something I need to take care of tonight. I think tomorrow I'll probably be streaming a little bit longer than usual, I think. Because War Farm. Well, I hope Chip is doing better. Better, yeah. Good, not quite yet. Very understandable. It's gonna take a lot of time to like adjust for that, so I can totally understand. It's okay. I'm still thinking who to raid. Aw. I mean, there's Johnny and Lucy. They are both amazing. Yeah. Especially because I now have to share the space with people. Oh no! 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 Oh goodness. Oh fuck, that's fucked up. Oh no. Yeah. I'm actually gonna rate Lucy. I'm gonna rate Lucy. And then I'll rate Johnny next time. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's rate Lucy. Alright. Let me plot my things. So again, I have coffee. Coffee nice, coffee good, coffee helps. There's even a monthly subscription based coffee. So if you want to help out, I know there's all these subs in Twitch, but there's literally no ads playing on my channel. So if you want to support more, don't sub, or do sub if you want the emote. But coffee helps a lot more actually. Just saying, right? But yeah, I also have a Discord channel. Lizard good. I have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. Yeah. Only on Discord though that I announce my stream stuff. I haven't really been announcing it anywhere else. I don't know where to actually. It's fine. I have a Discord channel, and then there's also a Dragon Sipping Corner because I love dragons a heck ton. So yeah, I think that's it for the plug. I'm gonna have a rate message now. Lucy is also a kobold, but I'm still gonna ask for kobold. I'm still gonna ask for uppies because I love uppies. With that rate message, it's also fine if you don't have my emote. You can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Like, now I'm just gonna type in the rate to Lucy. Okay, there we go. I typed in the rate. So I'm gonna go take care of some stuff tonight. It should be fine. It shouldn't be anything too like the, but yeah, it should be fine. So before the raid, Kobo want to say anyway. I hope you have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Chip. I hope for the best for you too. Thank you. Before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Lucy. Hiya. A kobold raiding to a kobold? Yeah. Oh yeah, you can use whichever emote you want. It's fine, Naira. I'm actually a tiny bit afraid of streaming Warframe tomorrow. Tiny, right? Because it feels like I'm still not ready to play with people in Warframe, but I'm also afraid that if I keep saying no to people, people are gonna get like anger. I'm a little bit terrified, but I'm still gonna do it though. I think it's gonna be fine. Hey, I don't know. I'm just I feel like I'm still so early on the game that I'm not really like farming anything currently. I'm just kind of still going through the quests and stuff and not doing much. I'm not really farming. I'm just going through maps, trying to open up more maps, something like that. So yeah, see you next time. See you next time too, Naira. Thanks for hanging around today. Alright, I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down, actually. I think it's almost there. I couldn't see it, though. But, yeah. Kobo can yap for, like, another 3 minutes. That's all. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye-bye. Love y'all.